South Okanagan. No, I know that riding. South Okanagan. I'm sorry? South Okanagan was good. Leading us today is the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, through patriot love in all of us command, car t'embrasse porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
In case you're wondering whether anyone's listening, the minute I started singing, my light went off, so somebody is listening. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the real freedom fighters of this pandemic. I want to acknowledge the vast majority of Canadians who've graciously fulfilled their civic duty time and time again. I'm referring to those who've chosen to exercise their freedom in pursuit of the common good and continually protect the health and safety of others. It is you who have made sacrifices to help your family, community, and country in its time of need. You've lifted people up and demonstrated your unwavering compassion in the most challenging of circumstances. You've consistently prioritized the collective welfare of your fellow citizens rather than dwelling on what you've had to do or give up. We are forever grateful to you for doing your part, for trusting in science, and joining the almost 90% who've gotten vaccinated. Know that your countless number of selfless deeds over the past 2 years speak thousands of times louder than all the horns and voices of angry demonstrators. The immense contributions you've made to our pandemic response make up the convoy that will defeat COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
It is with profound mix of both anger and sadness that I rise today to condemn the events that took place on Monday in my 2 riding offices and those of our colleague from West Nova. We received envelopes containing chemical irritants. One staff of mine unwittingly opened the envelope and had to be rushed to hospital, treated and decontaminated. Thankfully, he is fine and back at work. This act underscores a deeper challenge regarding the demise of civility and respect in our democratic discourse. On social media, through email, mail, and in person, we can debate, we can disagree, we can protest peacefully. Those things are the essence of democracy. Hateful acts of violence to servants of the people are not an attack on us individually, but an attack on democracy itself. An attack on one is an attack on all. My message is this: no member of this House will be intimidated. We will continue representing our communities, making Canada a better place for all.
Here, here. Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. February is Black History Month. It's a time to learn about the histories and cultures of Black Canadians and how they have contributed to Canada. It's also a time to celebrate legacies left and legacies in progress. My riding of Humber River Black Creek benefits greatly from the contributions of Black Canadians in the past and now. That is why I'm happy to stand today and recognize some key Black leaders from Humber River Black Creek. First, Mr. Winston LaRose, a leader so embedded in the community that he is referred to as Mr. Jane Finch. Devin Jones, who works with area youth at the Youth Association for Academics, Athletics, and Character Education. We call it YACE for short. Adoma Patterson, president of the Jamaican Canadian Association. Pastor Francis at Youth Now on Track Services. Risa Antoine at the Jane and Finch Boys and Girls Club. Pastor Olu at Inner City Outreach, and Cheryl Prescott at the Black Creek Community Health Center, who has worked tirelessly to aid our community over the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, there are dozens more that I could name, but my time is limited. To all of the simply phenomenal Black leaders in my community and across the country, we say thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Torres de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, Special Olympics Canada is a unique organization. It offers a complete athletic experience from the playground to the podium for people with intellectual disabilities. Special Olympics is 50,000 athletes and 23,000 volunteers. Recently, I had the pleasure of meeting Valerie, a medal-winning swimmer, who reiterated the importance of Special Olympics in her journey. Unfortunately, we learned that the additional federal funding for this organization is ending and will not be renewed. But to be able to continue its essential mission and to rebuild, Special Olympics needs this additional funding. And that is why we're calling on the government to maintain the current additional funding in its 2022 budget. Congratulations to Special Olympics Canada for all their hard work. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to share with this House the work that Chef Joe, a resident of Orléans and well-known owner of Tally Ottawa Coconut Lagoon, has done through his leadership and philanthropic work during the pandemic. Chef Joe has really stepped up throughout this crisis. His dedication in helping to support the most vulnerable is commendable. With the stress of opening and having to carry a payroll, Chef Joe decided to continue with his advocacy and supporting the community of Ottawa. And just this week again, he donated 2 weeks' worth of meal to the Shepherds of Good Hope. And for Joe, his business has been and is significantly impacted by the convoy. Monday was supposed to be a good day for Joe and many restaurants and stores in the downtown corridor, but it is not. I want to salute Joe and all our business owners and residents in Ottawa. We hear you, we know you are there, and we will continue to advocate for you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has underscored the current state of healthcare in Canada. Our healthcare institutions are overwhelmed. Massive gaps have been detected. Shortfalls in the entire system is on the brink of collapse. Intensive care units are consistently filled with patients. Surgeries and procedures have been delayed, and staff are completely exhausted. On February 4th, Canada's premiers came together and called on the Prime Minister for help, requesting an unconditional $28 billion boost to healthcare transfers. Earlier this week in Finance Committee, we uncovered $70 billion in new spending, yet none of it for federal health care transfers. Some economists were suggesting any new money should be directed at health care federal transfers. We know two things about this Liberal government. They love to spend money, but refuse to listen to Canadians. Will they listen to Canada's premiers?
I just want to remind the honourable members in the House that while they're in the House and not speaking, please to make sure that they have their masks on. And if they're not listening, I'll speak louder so they can hear me. There we go. We're fine. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago today, we were horrified to learn of the 4-year-old Kira Kagan's death at her father's hands. Despite her mother, Dr. Jennifer Kagan's pleas for Kira's safety and providing ample evidence of a history of coercive control and abuse, the court system failed her, and a bright little girl was lost. Dr. Kagan's cry for action as a mother resonated across Canada. For victims of domestic abuse and coercive control, their struggles to protect themselves and their children is a real and terrifying challenge played out in mediations and family courts across the country. On Monday, I joined my colleagues from Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle, and Oakville, North Burlington in tabling Bill C-233 to ensure training and education of judges on the warning signs and dangers of domestic violence and coercive control. I want to thank the many families who joined Dr. Kagan, not only in her pain, but in her courageous advocacy to protect our most vulnerable. Jennifer, we hear you. We hold you in your pain and will work to protect others from this harm and abuse. Kira's light shines bright and her memory is forever a blessing.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite my colleagues to join me in sending our condolences to the family of the late Edward Moxon Roberts. Edward was an historian, a political leader, a lawyer, and an author. He was a powerful influencer and political statesman in Newfoundland and Labrador and Canada. For 5 decades, he committed himself to outstanding advocacy, research, and legislative policies that changed and shaped communities and led the way for future opportunities. He had tremendous respect for those who served in political life, a loyal and dedicated servant himself, serving as a member of the House of Assembly, a minister of the Crown, the 11th Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and a trusted advisor to many provincial premiers. In 2009, he was recognized with the Order of Canada. I, along with my colleague from St. John's South Mount Pearl, will remember him as a loyal friend. So, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge his dedication, how it benefited the people of his time and the generations that follow. Thank you, and thank my colleagues.
Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to get York Simcoe moving. After decades, the Bradford Bypass is finally being built, ensuring that residents can get from Highway 400 to the 404 faster and safer than ever. This connecting link will ease gridlock and traffic congestion, bring economic benefit, and ensure that our growing region is ready for the future as new immigrants move into the area. The bypass has support of more than 85% of residents, including the farmers in the Holland Marsh, the soup and salad bowl of Canada, Mr. Speaker, who need safer access to their fields and a better way to ship their produce. The bypass is being built to reduce emissions, combat climate change with minimal impact on the environment and to the Lake Simcoe watershed. Downtown activists are trying to stop the bypass from being built, Mr. Speaker, but they don't know how needed the highway is. York Simcoe is glad the Ontario government is moving ahead with the bypass. Let's get it built.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, as politicians, we all appreciate those who help us. Today, I'd like to recognize 3 of those individuals who played important roles on my team but are no longer with us. Gunraj Gill came to me in 2014 as a campaign volunteer, still a teenager. When asked what role he wanted to play, he responded, campaign manager. After my election, he came with me to Ottawa and loved the Hill. He tragically passed away in July 2019 at the age of 23. Lynn Whitehouse worked with the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce for more than 30 years. Lynn was a fierce advocate for good public policy that supported small businesses in our community. After Lynn's retirement, she joined my constituency team. Lynn lost her battle to cancer this past Christmas. Charity Amuzu-May was a volunteer in my campaigns in 2015 and 2019. She played a key role with my constituency, religious leaders roundtables, and my youth council. Charity lost her battle to cancer this January. Thank you for allowing me this moment to recognize these 3 individuals, all of whom I miss daily.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Blue Quills University near St. Paul in Lakeland was a residential school in the 1930s. Now, for 50 years, it's been Canada's first Indigenous-controlled education centre, promotes pride in Indigenous heritage and reclaims traditional knowledge and practices. Blue Quills is owned and governed by Beaver Lake, Cold Lake, Frog Lake, Whitefish Lake, Heart Lake, Kahiwan, and Saddle Lake First Nations. The First Nations Caring Society is promoting Have a Heart Day. Blue Quills is encouraging students to send Valentine's Day cards to the Prime Minister, and my office will help deliver them. Their message is, Happy Valentine's Day. Please have a heart. First Nations children should not have to fight for services all other Canadians enjoy. Give First Nations children the same chance to grow up safely at home, get a good education, be healthy, and proud of their cultures. I agree with them. Beyond empathy and words, the Prime Minister must take real action to improve the well-being, the opportunities, and the futures for Indigenous children, just like for all Canadian kids.
The honourable member for Chilliwack, HoC.
We now know that before the last election, the Prime Minister made a very purposeful political decision to divide Canadians based on their vaccine status, deliberately tearing at the fabric that unites Canadians in order to hold on to his own privileges and power. The Prime Minister continues to purposely stoke anger and division, hoping that Canadians will turn on each other rather than his incompetent government that continues to fail at every aspect of COVID response. To those who have felt the sting of this discrimination from your own government, we acknowledge your suffering, trauma, and loss. We hear you, we see you, and we will continue to speak up for you. It's time to change course. It's time for Canadians to reject the politics of fear and division. It's time to heal the divisions that have been intentionally sown. It's time to unite Canadians, give them back their freedoms, and end the discriminatory vaccine mandates once and for all.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is the annual Canadian School Counselling Week, and I would like to take a moment to recognize the important contributions of the school counselling
being of all students in Canada in order to provide them with the opportunity to achieve school and plan for a career.
These professionals play an instrumental role in a student's career when they face challenges. Counselors listen to students and encourage them to express their emotions and experiences.
In helping students, in working in partnership with parents and with teachers, in focusing on positive ways to enhance the students' development. Thank you to those counselors for being there for our students. Nous vous remercions.
Thank you for listening to our young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Last week, Amnesty International released a report titled Israel's Apartheid Against Palestinians, Cruel System of Domination and Crimes Against Humanity. The report, 4 years in the making, contains a number of recommendations to the government of Israel, the United Nations, and states and donors like Canada. The findings in this report are extremely serious. Both Palestinians and Israelis have the right to live in security and safety. This report has made it clear that Palestinians are experiencing neither. Canada must be a stronger advocate to ensure Israel is respecting international law and human rights. Canada can take concrete steps, including suspending arms sales to Israel and banning products from the illegal settlements until the end of the illegal occupation. I ask all my colleagues in the House to read this report. This is a conversation we must have. As parliamentarians, we have the obligation to make ourselves aware of human rights abuses and hold ourselves and our friends to account.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Teachers Week. Being a teacher is about taking children from where they are and to bringing them to a bit better place in their learning, not just when they're in the classroom. You can take the teacher out of the school, but not the school out of the teacher, I can tell you that. If you have a teacher friend and you want to go on a trip with them, make sure they do that outside of their planning period, outside of their learning, and above all, avoid the correction period. How many books does a teacher need? Always just one more. Always just one more. They can never walk past a bookstore without coming out with at least one book. Need a pencil? Ask a teacher. They always have one on hand and in supply. See a teacher buying school supplies? It's for their classroom. In short, teachers think about their children 12 months a year, and they are dedicated to their profession and deserve our respect. Thank you to all our teachers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Canadian people have suffered an overwhelming amount of trauma in the last 2 years. This is due to forced isolation, countless pandemic restrictions, and moving goalposts. Countries like the UK, Denmark, and Switzerland are returning to normal life, and yet the Prime Minister of Canada won't give a signal of doing the same. It's leaving people confused, frustrated, and hopeless. Domestic violence has increased dramatically. Mental health concerns are through the roof. The use of opioids has skyrocketed. Life-saving medical treatments have been withheld. Cancers have gone undiagnosed. And people have lost their jobs because of a personal medical choice. I am calling on this government to provide compassionate leadership and abandon the harmful lockdown measures and hateful rhetoric that so often accompanies them. We need to come together as a nation and heal. We need to restore dignity, honor, and respect. The bulk of the responsibility rests on the Prime Minister's shoulders. Starting today, I'm calling on him to lead with compassion. I'm calling on him to end the vaccine mandates once and for all.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kira Kagan was going to change the world. I wish I had met Kira. She was a bright and beautiful 4-year-old whose life was stolen by an angry father who killed himself and Kira 2 years ago today. Kira should be playing with her brother and making her mom Jennifer and stepdad Philip laugh and smile. Instead, Jennifer has had to become an advocate for changes to the court system to educate judges on domestic violence and coercive control. I can't begin to imagine the heartbreak that Jennifer faces every day. But I can support her advocacy work to ensure that no other child is killed because our judicial system doesn't recognize that domestic violence and coercive control are real and must be taken into account. I can continue to work with Jennifer to see Kira's Law, which is part of the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle's Private Members Bill C-233, become a reality in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Even countries with lower vaccination rates than Canada. Provinces are beginning to lift restrictions and getting life back to normal. Why? Because they're following the science. Canadians are ready to get their life back. But it seems like the Prime Minister wants to live in a permanent pandemic. Dr. Ham, Dr. Tam, Dr. Henry, Dr. Moore, Dr. Hinshaw, Dr. Shahab all agree it's time to shift out of the restrictions and back to normal life. So why is the Prime Minister so offside, not only with the science, but it would seem like with a growing number of his own MPs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we intend to follow the science and are working closely with Dr. Tam and other public health officials to ensure that we get through this pandemic as best we possibly can. And that has been through vaccinations. The fact that 9 out of 10 Canadians have gotten vaccinated is one of the reasons why we're able to get through this, is why we've been able to prevent our health systems from being completely overrun. Vaccinations are the thing through this. That's why we're continuing to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated. Why, unfortunately, the Conservatives are against vaccination is, quite frankly, beyond me.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the science and the evidence is just simply not on the Prime Minister's side. Many of the reasons previously used to keep Canadians under restrictions are vanishing before our eyes. Other countries are opening up. Provinces are opening up. As he just said, 90% of Canadians have the vaccine. The Prime Minister needs to put his ego aside. He needs to do what's right for the country. He needs to end the mandates. He needs to end the restrictions. He needs to listen to his own caucus. Will he do that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
And Canadians have made it through this pandemic better than many other places because Canadians stepped up. They were there for each other. Their government had their backs. We worked closely with provincial and territorial leaders. Every step of the way, we kept focusing on vaccinations, on public health supports, on business supports. It's allowed us through. And Canadians are continuing to get vaccinated. 60,000 Canadians got vaccinated with their first dose just last week. We are continuing to make sure Canadians get vaccinated because this is how we get through this pandemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know this Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic. This summer, as BC was burning, Afghanistan was falling, and we were in the fourth wave of a pandemic, the Prime Minister called an unnecessary $600 million election to capitalize on this crisis. According to a senior Liberal MP, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize. So, a country more divided than ever before. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he would politicize the pandemic, why he would try to stigmatize Canadians, why would he do this to a country that is already suffering and deeply damaged by so many of his policies? Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
About last year's election. It was an opportunity for Canadians to weigh in on the path forward for our country, on how to continue to fight this pandemic. And what we saw, unfortunately, from the Conservative Party of Canada was a refusal to step up on vaccination, a refusal to follow science. As they were talking about how we get through this pandemic, they couldn't ensure their own MPs got vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, Canadians spoke loudly and clearly in the last election that science and vaccination was the way through. They gave us in this House a mandate to move forward on that, and we did.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is clearly trying to strategically and very selfishly divide and stigmatize Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we live in a beautiful country, but our country is suffering. Our country is divided. Our country is tired, and they need leadership. So again, I'm going to ask the Prime Minister. His senior Liberal MP said that there is a strategic decision made on that side to stigmatize, and these are not my words, stigmatize, divide, and wedge. This is what the Prime Minister did. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians have needed through this pandemic and what this government has provided has been responsible leadership that put the health and safety of Canadians first and foremost. That's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we talked about in the last election campaign. That's exactly what we're going to continue to do in following the science. But you talk about, the member opposite talks about Canadians suffering. Supply chains disrupted, Canadians in their homes worried of walking their streets because they continue to support blockades that are hurting businesses across the country. Will the Conservative leader stand up and condemn those blockades?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked a simple question. The member for Louis-Hébert and former leader of the Quebec caucus expressed his malaise with the government's handling of the pandemic. He said that during the last election, a positive and unifying approach was not supported. They chose a stigmatizing and divisive approach. Is it the Prime Minister who made the decision to divide and stigmatize for his own gain? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker. During the last election, we were there to unite Canadians around vaccine mandates. And we saw Canadians vote in favour of a government that was going to put science first and reject the Conservative Party that couldn't even get its own members vaccinated. During a difficult time, with barricades on our borders and in the city of Ottawa, the Conservative Party does not even dare to condemn these blockades and the impact on citizens throughout the country who are losing their jobs, who are having trouble accessing food. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you. We have to come back to leadership issues during the crisis. The criticism coming from media is severe, and the internal issues of the Liberal Party are compromising the government's ability to act. Do they recognize that they need to communicate better, maybe with a little bit less pride, and perhaps to change the tone without changing the fundamental objective? Do they recognize that raising the siege is urgent and it needs to be done before this weekend? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I recognize, and we have recognized this for over a week, that this siege is unacceptable. The impact on small businesses, on manufacturers, on the supply chain are ongoing, whether it be barricades at the borders or siege in Ottawa. We have to do everything we can together at every level of government to end it. What would really help is for the Conservative Party to tell its supporters to stop blocking our economy and go home. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. He's not a political commentator, he's the Prime Minister. International press is making fun of Canada. The only leadership in Canada is to multiply the fronts. Congratulations. Canada's back. It's Canada's image that's being compromised. Unfortunately, so is Quebec's, both the province and its government. What will the Prime Minister need to do to start acting? When is he going to do something? When is he going to act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Quand il y a eu, il y a quelques jours, des manifestations.
When there were protests in Quebec, the provincial government and the municipal government managed the situation exceptionally well. However, we were there to offer support if necessary. However, they did not need it. In other locations, the situation was handled well. There are challenges here in Ottawa, and we are here to support local authorities to do the work with the provinces to make sure that we resume order and calm here. We're calling for an end to the barricades and to stop encouraging the supporters of this blockade who are blocking Canada and the economy. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have truckers that are stuck at the border in the Coots border crossing in Alberta. We have truckers stuck at the Ambassador Bridge crossing in Windsor. We have an occupation in Ottawa that has hit the citizens and residents and small businesses extremely difficultly. And we know that a significant portion of funding of this convoy is from foreign US dollars. So will the Prime Minister do everything possible to stop this convoy and these protests by contacting US officials and investigating where these funds are coming from and working with them to stop it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're working very hard with partners at different levels of government to make sure that we're ensuring that the flow of funds to criminal activities is interdicted. We're going to continue to do that while all the same time ensuring that there is a right for free and open legal protests. That is extremely important in this country. I will highlight, however, the irony that the member opposite brought up, which is indeed a harsh one, that when this convoy originally was all about truckers protesting, now it's truckers being protested, being prevented from doing their jobs of putting food on our tables and supporting our manufacturers.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We have truckers on the border at Coots, on the border in Windsor, who are blocked. And there's a siege, an occupation in Ottawa. The impact of the convoy has resonated throughout the country, and it's clear that they are funded, at least in part, by foreign money. Will the Prime Minister contact his counterparts in the United States to stop the flow of funds? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with our partners, including international partners, to make sure that we are monitoring funds going to organizations and businesses and activities that are criminal in nature, and we will continue to do so. It's interesting to think about the fact that the convoy and the blockades, which were supposed to be by truckers, are now actually negatively impacting truckers in their work to deliver groceries to the store, to deliver merchandise and products to our manufacturers. Truckers are now victims of this.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, last year an all-party parliamentary committee urged the Prime Minister to promise he wouldn't call an election. In fact, at that time, the Prime Minister himself said he had no interest in calling an election during the pandemic. Canadians were misled. Instead of prioritizing the health and safety of Canadians, he forced an election. This begs the question, why did the Prime Minister jeopardize the health of Canadians to save his own job?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in that election, Canada had an extremely important conversation about how to move forward through this pandemic. And partially because of the clear answers...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester asked a question, and I'm sure he can't hear the answer with all the shouting going on around him. So I'm just going to ask everyone to tone down so that the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester can hear the answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians were presented with a very clear choice of moving forward with strong vaccination policies that would ensure Canadians were safe, or the Conservative proposal to not really step up on vaccination, not even ensure that all of their members were vaccinated as MPs, and not the kind of leadership on science they wanted. Canadians made a very clear choice to choose and vote for parties that supported vaccine mandates, and that's exactly what has gotten us through this pandemic to this point, with lower death rates than other countries around the world, despite all the tragedies we have faced.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, sadly what we ended up with is seeds of division having been sowed and Canadians suffering. We've suffered financially, socially, morally, mentally, and physically. And according to the Misery Index, we are a very miserable nation.
Shame.
For almost 2 years now, Canadians have borne the yoke of loss, uncertainty, and lack of hope. The backs of Canadians are about to break.
Indeed.
Canadians are miserable because of the Prime Minister. We want to know on what date the mandates will end.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives are willing to twist the facts to their own partisan ends. The reality is vaccine mandates and the fact that Canadians stepped up to get vaccinated to almost 90% ensured that this pandemic didn't hit as hard here in Canada as elsewhere around the world. We stayed focused on following the science, on promoting public health rules, and Canadians stepped up in their communities. They stepped up for their frontline health workers. They stepped up for each other, and Canada has never been so strong and together as we are now.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, en novembre dernier.
Mr. Speaker, last November, the Prime Minister said the top priority remains to ensure the safety of Canadians and follow the science. Today, we understand that he didn't base his statement on science. At least 2 of his members have indicated that the Prime Minister's response has been politicized to divide Canadians. More than a dozen developed countries have begun to remove health restrictions, but this Prime Minister wants to control the public. Can the Prime Minister tell this House when he will remove federal COVID-19 restrictions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
From
the beginning of the pandemic, all Canadians have wanted to know when it was going to end and when we could go back to what we were doing before. And at every step, we've had to adjust measures. We've had to put forward proposals and programs to help Canadians based on what was happening at the time. With lowering rates of Omicron infection, we will be able to change things happening throughout the country, but we will always be guided by science, by data, and protecting Canadians at every step, as we have done from the very beginning. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we found out yesterday is that under the guise of fighting the pandemic, the Prime Minister has deliberately played with Canadians' mental health, manipulated the public to get votes in the last election, minimized the activities of parliamentarians to prevent them from scrutinizing his cabinet's decisions, and stigmatized any Canadian who had opinions that weren't like his. His strategy was to divide Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he used the pandemic for electoral purposes to save his job? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every step, we have put the health and safety of Canadians above all. That's what we did by following the science. The reality is that the Conservative Party continues to play political games by supporting blockades, by giving support to those who are obstructing our supply chain and blocking the City of Ottawa. They continue to support this illegal protest. When will they finally show leadership themselves and be responsible?
Mr. Speaker, 2 Liberal MPs have said that the Prime Minister purposely politicized the pandemic. That means for crass political gain, in order to save his own job, the Prime Minister deliberately divided Canadians. We have federal mandates still in effect, stifling industries like travel and tourism, while countries around the world with the same information are finding ways to live with this virus. Speaker, on what date this month will all federal mandates be lifted?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, policy in this country is set by a government that listens to science, that follows data, that doesn't listen to people blockading our streets and blockading our borders. That is not the way to make public policy in this country. It's not the way to bring Canadians together. We're going to stay focused on keeping people alive and safe and healthy and indeed prosperous. But the fact that the Conservative Party continues to refuse to condemn the blockades that are hurting our supply chains, driving up prices, limiting our manufacturers from being able to bring in their parts across the country is a shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes Rock.
Speaker, Saskatchewan and Alberta have announced an end to restrictions. Canada's chief public health advisories calling for normalcy. 2 Liberal MPs have called out their own for divisiveness. Canadians have done everything asked of them for the last 2 years. And while many other countries are offering a plan of hope, the Liberals continue to stifle industries like travel and tourism for little benefit. It seems the Prime Minister has got a little too comfortable with using the force of government rather than trusting Canadians. So, Speaker, on what day this month will all travel advisories be lifted?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite talks about stifling industries. The reality is the support of the Conservative Party of Canada for people barricading our streets and our border crossings is harming businesses, is harming Canadians who are putting food on the table, is driving up prices, is causing uncertainty, instability, and frustration on top of people who have suffered too much because of this pandemic over the past 2 years. It is time for the Conservative Party to show responsible leadership, to condemn these blockades, and all of us to move forward together.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Louis-Hébert has finally understood that the Prime Minister's position on health transfers is untenable. The Prime Minister must increase health funding over the long term. It is essential if we are to deal with the surgery backlog, hire nurses and increase the number of beds so that we never again have to lock down the entire population to protect the health system. 85% of citizens demand that the Prime Minister increase health transfers to cover 35% of costs. Will the Prime Minister listen to them? It's their money in his hands, not his. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we have been there to increase health transfers, to increase investments in health. Besides the $43 billion that we've transfer every year to provinces and territories for their health systems, $63 billion was added during the pandemic to bolster health systems. We will continue to be there in the medium and long term with increases to ensure that Canadians are safe. The federal government will be there for them as it has been for the last 2 years. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. being there, we can't take it anymore. The Prime Minister is alone in his stubborn refusal to increase his share of health spending to 35%. Even the member for Louis Hébert has criticized him. Just like all the parties in the National Assembly, all the governments of Quebec, the provinces and the territories, 85% of Canadians, 86% of Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, when you're all alone being in the right, it's often because you're too stubborn to realize that you're wrong. Instead of being obstinate with everyone else, when will the Prime Minister finally do his fair share when it comes to health? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I don't know what else I can say for the member on the other side to accept a yes as an answer. Yes, we will be there to continue to increase health transfers because yes, we have been there with $63 billion additional dollars for the healthcare system. We will continue to be there. We know how much we need to work together to deliver better healthcare systems to the public. The federal government has been there with $8 out of $10 for support payments during the pandemic, and we will continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, there are people across this country asking this Prime Minister for clarity, leadership, and hope. People are so frustrated with this Prime Minister that there's protests nationwide. Canadians are just asking for respect and to be listened to. With the continued uncertainty and brazen disregard for legitimate concerns around the state of our country, I ask the Prime Minister this simple question. Can he share with us what evidence he has to justify implementing an interprovincial trucking mandate?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you can't end a pandemic with blockades. You can't end a pandemic by decreeing it. You can't even end it by legislation. You need to end it with science. You need to end it with public health measures. You need to end
I just want to point out that when the honourable member for Regina Louvain asked his question, it was dead silence. I believe he deserves the same respect when he's getting his answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot stop a pandemic with blockades. You cannot end a pandemic by decree. You can't end a pandemic by legislation. You need to end a pandemic by relying on science, by public health measures, and by vaccinations. That's exactly what we have focused on through these past 2 years. And even as Canadians are tired and impatient for it to end, we are going to continue to be there for them, to support them through it, and to make sure we do everything necessary to end this pandemic.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just demonstrated why Canadians are so frustrated. He doesn't listen. I asked him to show me some evidence in science around interprovincial trucking mandates, and he totally ignored that question. So my question to him would be, maybe a redo, because he maybe will get it right the second time. How high do grocery prices have to go? How empty do grocery stores have to be for him not to implement an interprovincial trucking vaccine mandate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the member opposite is criticized something that we haven't even done. So there's already that issue there. But secondly, he talks about empty grocery store shelves. He talks about disruptions to supply chains. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, right now, people in Windsor are suffering and losing their jobs because they can't get auto parts across the Ambassador Bridge. People in Alberta are seeing shelves empty because they can't get deliveries across the Coutts border crossing. And this Conservative Party that supports these blockades won't even stand up and say, enough is enough, it's time to go home.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Israel, Czech Republic, the UK, Spain, and Denmark are all removing restrictions, including vaccine mandates, even though they have a lower vaccine rate than we do here in Canada. Saskatchewan and Alberta provincial governments have also announced plans to remove their restrictions. When will the Prime Minister follow our international allies, follow the science, follow the expert advice, follow the premiers, and give Canadians a plan as to when he will remove the federal travel restrictions here in Canada?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, different jurisdictions have handled things differently every step of the way, whether it's jurisdictions across the country that we've been there to support, or different countries that have had much worse outcomes in some cases, many more restrictions in other cases. The reality is we will continue to do what is right for Canadians to keep people safe as we get through this pandemic. And yes, I understand how frustrated Canadians are, how much we need to see an end to this pandemic, but we can't do it by decree. We can only do it by continuing to trust science and getting people vaccinated.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the problem. There he goes again, refusing to answer the question. It seems he'd rather wedge, divide, and stigmatize fellow Canadians. The problem is that Canadians are better than that. They're sick and tired of his divisive games. They have done their part, and they deserve to know when Canada will follow our international allies and end our restrictions. On what date will the restrictions end?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have done their part. They've continued to step up and get vaccinated to a higher percentage, mind you, than the Conservative caucus has. They've continued to follow public health advice. They've continued to be there for each other, to lean on each other. And now we see the Conservative Party continuing to egg on its supporters to shut down border crossings, to encourage its supporters to blockade downtown Ottawa because they're upset they lost an election. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to focus on supporting Canadians, on keeping people safe, and on vaccination.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have done their part. They've gotten vaccinated. They've followed public health measures. And now they want a plan that'll get us past this pandemic. That plan is going to, of course, mean we've got to work with our public health officials. And it also means we have to make sure that our healthcare system is never pushed to the brink of collapse again. So will the Prime Minister put forward a plan that will chart the course for us to get past this pandemic that includes properly funding our healthcare system so it's there for our loved ones when they need it most?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that our healthcare systems have been stressed during these past 2 years, and that's why, as a federal government, we have continually stepped up. Every year, the federal government sends about $43 billion to the provinces for supporting their healthcare systems. Over the past 2 years, on top of those regular transfers, we have invested about $63 billion in healthcare, whether everything from vaccines to transfers to provinces to other measures to keep Canadians safe. And yes, we will be there to increase healthcare transfers to ensure that we have a stronger medical system into the future.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have gotten vaccinated. They've followed public health measures. And now they want a plan to get us through the pandemic. This will mean working with public health experts, but it also means making sure that our healthcare system is never again pushed to the brink, as has happened several times during this pandemic. Will the PM commit to investing in our healthcare system to ensure that it is there for people when they need it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will be there to invest further in our healthcare system. Over the last 2 years, we have invested $63 billion additional dollars in our healthcare system and healthcare measures to ensure that Canadians could get through this pandemic. We are in discussions with the provinces, and we will continue to collaborate with them because we know that it will take further investments to get the best results from our healthcare system and to make it more resilient. We will be there as partners for the provinces and territories.
Saga Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, whether it be $10 a day for childcare or historic investments in affordable housing, our government is committed to making life more affordable for Canadian families. We know that traditionally speaking, Canadians have paid some of the highest cell phone bills in the world. Could the Prime Minister please update this House on actions being taken to make cell phone plans more affordable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Mississauga Malton for his important question. We promised Canadian families that we would reduce the cost of their cell phone bills. Today, I'm happy to announce that we have met our 25% price reduction target. In fact, we've done so 3 months ahead of schedule. This is wonderful news, but we know that there is still more work to be done. We will continue to push to improve cell coverage and to make life more affordable for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Finance Minister continues to try to convince Canadians that all is well with the economy. But what she doesn't seem to understand is that the majority of Canadians just don't see it that way. What they do see is that their family can't afford the same groceries that they used to, and that they will try and squeak in just one more trip back and forth to pick up the kids from school before having to buy another tank of gas. Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis. When will the Finance Minister take this inflation crisis seriously and provide solutions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You know what's driving up the cost of living this week? The cost of groceries, the cost of parts for manufacturers? The blockades that the Conservative Party continues to support at the Coots border crossing, at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, and even in downtown Ottawa. Canadians have struggled for 2 years because of this pandemic in so many different ways and have stepped up and made sacrifices, and we've been there to have their backs. Why, right now, does the Conservative Party not have Canadians' backs and instead choose to support those who are blockading their neighbours and our economy?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 6 years and these Liberals have failed to make life better for Canadians. They've delivered the largest cost and price increases we've seen in Canada in 30 years. Plus, Ottawa's anti-Canadian energy policies have only added to the pain in the Canadian economy. The rising price of energy sets the prices for virtually everything else in the Canadian economy. Why is the Prime Minister making victims of seniors, working families, and small businesses?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in downtown Ottawa are struggling for the past 2 weeks because Conservatives are supporting the people who are blockading them. Businesses in Windsor are suffering because goods can't get across the Ambassador Bridge because Conservative Party supporters are being encouraged to continue their blockades. In Alberta, groceries are getting more expensive because the Coots border crossing is blocked and the Conservative Party will not condemn or ask those protesters to go home.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, gas is now costing over $1.60 per litre. That's unprecedented. This inflation will have repercussions on everything that is transported in Canada. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister seems to not know what is going on. What will the Prime Minister do to help low-income families? Given this increase in the prices of everything that people eat and use in their everyday lives. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the global inflation crisis is due to COVID-19. Disruptions in our supply chains are due to COVID-19. And also, partially due to the barricades supported by the Conservatives. We will continue to fight COVID-19 with vaccination, with public health measures, to ensure that soon Canadians can get back to what they enjoy the most. Being together, being with their loved ones, that is what we are working hard to reach.
Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker,
Gasoline is up 34%, housing is up almost 27%, sugar is up 20%, and Canadian bacon is up 17%. Inflation has increased 2 times faster than the wages of those working in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia. Families in Canada are being stretched too far. When will the Prime Minister get off his MacBook at his cottage and fix skyrocketing home prices, supply chain shortages, and the cost of living crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we are in a global inflation crisis right now because of COVID-19, and the best way to get through that is to end this COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, you can't end it with legislation. You can't end it with barricades. You need to end it with science, and that means vaccination. So if the Conservative Party is truly concerned about our supply chains, about the cost of living for Canadians, they should tell their supporters in Coutts and in Windsor to stand down those barricades and let the goods flow to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, the Prime Minister has been cutting seniors' GIS, people who received the CERB legitimately. These are low-income seniors who are working part-time to pay for rent, groceries, or medication. After several months, the Prime Minister realized that this was unacceptable, and he will compensate them. But the compensation will only arrive in May, and he will be continuing to cut benefits every month until June. After 8 months of sacrifice for these seniors, does the Prime Minister agree that they deserve better than to continue struggling financially until the end of spring? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has been very difficult for seniors, and our government has been there to help them. We did so through a one-time payment for seniors whose benefits were affected by pandemic supports. And today, we have brought forward Bill C-12 to exclude pandemic benefits from GIS calculations. We are asking all parties, including the Bloc Québécois, to support us and to get this bill adopted quickly, to ensure that there is no further reduction in the GIS for low-income seniors. Our government will continue to be there for seniors. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, among the seniors who have fallen victim to these cuts, there are people who can't get enough to eat, who are selling their possessions, who are even losing their homes. These people can't wait until the end of spring for the federal apparatus to get started. The Prime Minister showed with CERB that he is able to send out checks quickly when he wants to. The Prime Minister was able to send CERB to millions of people within 10 days after the application. If he could do that, he's clearly able to compensate low-income seniors before the end of spring. What is preventing him from taking action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been there for Canadians for 2 years with unprecedented supports for all Canadians, including seniors. We helped them with additional funds during this pandemic because we know that it was very hard on them. And indeed, thanks to that money, or rather, because of that money, some seniors are in danger of losing the benefits they need this year. And that is why we sent out a one-time payment quickly, and that is why yesterday we tabled a bill to ensure that we fix this challenge once and for all. And we hope that all other parties that support seniors will support us with this bill.
2 weeks ago, the Ethics Committee unanimously, including all Liberal Committee members, agreed that a tender be postponed to stop the Liberals from secretly collecting the mobility data of Canadians until MPs could be sure that the privacy rights of Canadians were not being violated. But yesterday, in an unbelievable move, the entire Liberal caucus, including the same members who voted for it, voted against stopping the RFP. What a disgrace. Why would the Prime Minister vote against the committee's recommendations to make sure that the privacy of Canadians were protected?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, we believe data, science, and evidence need to inform our response to COVID-19. It is crucial to inform policy and decision-making. The Public Health Agency of Canada has used de-identified data without personal identifiers to inform the government's response to the pandemic. We've also publicly provided the data to Canadians to keep them informed. We remain focused on Canadians' health and safety and continuing to uphold the privacy standards they rightfully expect.
Well, member for Barrie Innisfil.
Why was this vote so important yesterday, Mr. Speaker? It's because the Liberals, with their no vote, have signaled that they'll continue collecting this data without the consent of Canadians. And when you start connecting the dots, a pattern has developed by these Liberals using the distraction of a pandemic as an opportunity for massive expansion and overreach to abuse the rights and freedoms of Canadians, including their privacy rights. Would the Prime Minister at least provide a coherent reason why he thinks putting a pause on this tender was a bad idea and until we can ensure that the Canadians' privacy protection rights were protected?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are fighting a global pandemic right now, and every step of the way we have been informed by science and data to do that. Yes, we've been protecting Canadians' privacy rights, which are always important, but we will use the tools we have to keep Canadians safe and defend their rights and values. Unfortunately, we do see the pattern of the Conservative Party that tried to scrap the long-form census, that is constantly against data and evidence, pushing back against science and data. We will be informed by the facts and by science in what we do.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Public Safety Committee, I asked Toronto's Deputy Chief of Police if the Liberals' plan to spend $1 billion taxpayer dollars on a firearms buyback would have any effect on improving public safety. His answer, which has been echoed by law enforcement across this country, is that gun buybacks don't work. My question to the Prime Minister, why is he ignoring law enforcement experts? Why won't he scrap this ineffective, wasteful, and ideological scheme?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Crystal clear right now. The Conservative Party of Canada is asking us to bring back, to re-legalize assault weapons. That was something that was debated during the election campaign that they are trying hard to forget. We banned
I want to remind order. I want to remind the honourable members to watch their language. Okay, I'm going to have to ask the honourable. I'm going to have to ask the honourable member to stand and apologize or withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I will say.
I'm not asking for a long diatribe. I'm asking for an apology.
I won't give you one. I apologize for saying that he lied. But in 1977, the term...
No, it's over. That's it. No, please sit down. Apologize. That's all we need. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please continue. And let's give the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland the opportunity to hear his answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last year, we banned 1,500 different models of assault-style weapons in this country. The Conservative government, the Conservative Party, is proposing to reverse that ban. They don't think it'll keep Canadians safe. Well, we had an election including on that, Mr. Speaker, and they were soundly rejected in that argument. Canadians want to see their communities safer. That's why we are for strengthening gun control, and they, unfortunately and inexplicably, are for weakening it.
The Honourable Member for Malpeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The interruption of trade resulting from a localized outbreak of potato wart has significantly impacted the economy of PEI and many of my constituents. From small multi-generational family farms to large producers, packers, processors, and shippers, nearly every islander has been affected by this issue. I know our government has been working diligently on this file, and yesterday was a huge step forward. Can the Prime Minister update the House on how the government is progressing toward resumption of exports of the best darn potatoes in the world?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Alpec for his question, his hard work, and his continued advocacy for Islanders. Restoring market access for PEI fresh potatoes to the U.S. and supporting PEI farmers continues to be a top priority for our government. Thanks to the work of two of our colleagues who went to Washington and their science-based approach, the export of table stock potatoes to Puerto Rico can now resume. Wow. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to defend our farmers and to push for a science-based approach until potato exports are completely restored.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, August 13th, the Prime Minister announced vaccine mandates federally. August 15th, he triggered useless elections. February 8th, the cat is out of the bag. Despite what he's been claiming, a member from his own Liberal caucus has unveiled and announced a decision taken by his own party to knowingly approach a divisive and stigmatizing approach for electioneering purposes. As Isabelle Latraverse stated eloquently, the Prime Minister may say that he follows science, but we all know that that is relative. Why has the Prime Minister turned his back on Canadians? When did he make this decision to stigmatize and divide in order to be able to preserve his reign? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, we presented a clear vision to Canadians of how to get through the pandemic. That included vaccine mandates for those who wanted to take a train or a plane or in the federal public service. Canadians were able to speak out on these issues during the election. And a large majority voted for members from parties that support vaccine mandates. That's a reality, Mr. Speaker. And it's crucial for this country to be able to move forward with a clear mandate to ensure that we end this pandemic through vaccination, and that's exactly what we've done. The honourable member, the member for Louis Hébert, was much more clear. According to him, we need clear leadership to end the pandemic. We cannot do that by dividing and stigmatizing the population and by hiding and refusing to take responsibility. Ultimately, it was a member of his own caucus, the president of the Quebec Liberal caucus. It took that member denouncing him for him to come out of hiding. Will the Prime Minister admit his mistake, apologize to Canadians, and work with leaders of parties to end these protests and this division? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government's choices during this pandemic to follow science, to support small businesses, workers, seniors, to encourage vaccinations for everyone, to bring in mandates for travelers and the federal public service, these are all things that have saved lives and have enabled us to get through this pandemic much better than many other countries. And Canadians have been there for each other throughout, and they will continue to do so. I would encourage the Conservatives to be there for Canadians and to ask for an end to these barricades.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Conservatives want the protests and the barricades to end. We want people to be able to head back to work and go home knowing that they have been listened to and that they've been respected. The Prime Minister holds the key. I've asked the Prime Minister, I've sent him a letter, I've asked him if he would be willing to meet with other leaders, with myself, so that we could work constructively to end this impasse. Will he meet with us? Can we work together to find a solution? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the interim leader of the Conservative Party knows well that we spoke right after her election as leader to be able to work together to end this pandemic and to end these barricades and this blockage. Unfortunately, we see Conservative members continuing to encourage and support the blockades that are going on in downtown Ottawa, at the Coutts border crossing, at the Windsor Bridge. When are Conservatives going to stand up for ordinary Canadians putting food on their shelves and their jobs? When are they going to stand up, condemn these barricades?
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this week is International Development Week. I would like to thank the workers, partners, and volunteers in the international development sector who are working hard to help people in many different countries. This year, I would like to draw attention to the women and girls who are facing unique challenges which have been exacerbated by COVID. Can the Prime Minister tell us what Canada is doing to support women and girls abroad? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for the question and for her hard work. She is entirely right. And that is why we have transformed Canada's method of working abroad in order to be leaders in the global effort. Thanks to our international feminist assistance policy, we are working closely with international partners in order to reduce poverty and inequality, and in order to confront the unique challenges that face women and girls. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with our efforts in this regard.
Burnaby South.
The Ambassador Bridge crossing in Windsor is one of the busiest in all of Canada, and it's vital to the people of Windsor and the surrounding region. Windsor and the surrounding region rely heavily on travel back and forth between the border. Residents, small businesses, manufacturing sectors all require it. Right now, because of the convoy protests, truckers are being blocked, and it's severely impacting Windsor and the surrounding region. What is the Prime Minister doing to end that shutdown and open up the border for the truckers to get back home and deliver the goods to Windsor and the surrounding region?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ambassador Bridge is critical for trade, and this blockade poses significant risks to our supply chains. Illegally blocked trade routes means empty shelves, higher prices, and layoffs in the trucking, manufacturing, and retail sectors. It is ironic, Mr. Speaker, that a protest and a blockade that was ostensibly by truckers is now blockading truckers themselves. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to peaceful protest, but they don't have the right to illegally block our roads or harass residents. So I want to once again thank the 90% of truckers who've been vaccinated and working hard every day to keep our economy moving.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like through you to extend to the Prime Minister my thoughts and hopes that he and his children are recovering well. My question is that this week marks 2 years since we had any financial update from the Trans Mountain Corporation, one that we lamentably own after incredibly foolishly buying the climate-killing Trans Mountain Pipeline. It now appears to be 5 times above its original cost estimate. Will the Prime Minister agree that we need a full, transparent review of the alleged costs and benefits before a single additional penny is wasted on this project?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need to make sure we are decarbonizing our economy and reaching net zero by 2050. But in the coming years, we're going to continue to rely on oil and gas as we move forward in our economies. That's why making sure we get the best possible price for our oil resources so we can invest in the transformation of our economy is important. That's why the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which allows us to get product to countries other than the United States, is important for our economy, but it is also a way to make sure we're investing in the transformation towards a greener economy.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui.
That's all the time we have today.
At 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Steinley relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Convoquez les députés. Can I have order? I just want to compliment our technical team. The last couple of days, you can tell there was a little bit of choppiness. They found what the problem was, wanted to make sure everything was secure. I just want to compliment them on the work they did. So this is for our techies in the background, making sure that everything runs smoothly. The question is the following one. Mr. Steinle, seconded by Ms. Block, moved, whereas on October 21st, 1880, the Government of Canada entered into a contract with the Canadian Pacific Railway Syndicate for, may I dispense? Thank you. Okay, we're going to need La période de 10 minutes pour
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Nader. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Mr. Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Ms. Lanceman. Mr. Upal. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Reed. Mr. Small. Mr. Caputo. Ms. Ferrari. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Steinle. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Kramp-Nyman. Mr. Halan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Richards. Mr. Dreesen. Mrs. Block. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Williamson. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abutayev. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Dedfeld. Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Reyes, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchen, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Leipert, Mr. Shields, Mrs. Thomas, Mr. Viersen, Mr. Waugh, Mr. Weber, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Davidson, Monsieur Lehoux, Mr. Bragdon, Mr. Dalton, Mr. Dowdle, Mr. Epp, Mr. Cram, Mr. Currick, Mr. Lewis Essex, Monsieur d'Entremont, Mr. Mazer, Mr. McLean, Mr. Morant, Mr. Morrison, Mr. Patzer, Mr. Redicott, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Soroka, Mr. Van Popta, Mr. Ruff, Mr. Brock, Mr. Muse, Mrs. Roberts, Mr. Tolmie, Mr. Williams, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Julian, Monsieur Blanchet, Monsieur Terrien, Monsieur Garon, Madame Gill, Madame de Bellefeuille, Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, Madame Gaudreau, Monsieur Simard, Madame Vignola, Monsieur Villemur, Monsieur Lemire, Madame Desbiens, Madame Vignola.
Madame Michaud.
Pardon me, correction. Madame Michaud. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Zarillo. Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Sajan. Ms. Qualtrough. Monsieur Leblanc. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Hutchings. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Chagger. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Sahota. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Madame Joly. Monsieur Miller. Madame Bibot. Mr. Hussein. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Arya. Madame Brière. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Varani. Mr. Anandasangari. Ms. Zerovitz. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baptiste. Ms. Damoff. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Weiler. Madame Mendez. Mr. Turnbull. Ms. Bradford. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Hefner. Mr. McDonald Malpeck. Ms. Taylor Roy. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris. Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques,
if members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did vote electronically, but I had a message saying I should check to see if it was recorded as a yay.
I just want to confirm that your vote was recorded, Mr. McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shanahan.
I vote for.
Ms. Shanahan, for.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the question and I vote yay.
Mr. Hardy, for.
Mr. Esasi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Mr. Esasi, yay, for.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 334, 334. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Okay, very good. Order. À l'ordre. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves it for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to present this bill that established the Ojibwe National Park. It's the culmination of years, almost a decade of work to bring this legislation forward. The proposal is to bring Ojibwe National Urban Park together with the properties of Ojibwe Park, Spring Garden Natural Area, Black Oak Heritage Park, the Tallgrass Prairie Park, Ojibwe Provincial Nature Reserve, and Ojibwe Shores, a vital 33-acre green space and the last remaining undeveloped natural shoreline in Windsor, Detroit. Is the home of over 130 endangered species, and it's also very important for an environmental hotspot across from the United States. It also leads into southern Ontario and the rest of Canada. If connected, this will provide around 900 acres of parkland that will be very important, not only just for the residents of our community, but also for many other people across this country, as national urban parks are strong and also good pieces of infrastructure for our future. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the drafters of the legislation through the legislative service processes. They did outstanding work to get this done, and I'm very grateful and very excited about this opportunity. This is about positive politics, and I'm really pleased to be able to be part of this process and this vision for not only just our community, but our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Massé, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Rempel-Gardner, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Encouragement of the Growth of Crypto Asset Sector. Sorry, let me say that again. An act to respect the encouragement of the growth of the crypto asset sector. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Right now, Canada should be attracting billions of dollars of investment in the fast-growing crypto asset industry. And right now, we're seeing government officials discuss and set policy related to crypto assets. At the same time, many officials and lawmakers aren't deeply familiar with what crypto assets are, how they function, or their big potential for economic growth. To be a world leader, Canada needs to make sure crypto asset experts and investors are telling us what policy they need or what policy they don't need. This bill requires the Minister of Finance to formally ensure that their voices help lead policy development. And it also requires her to develop a framework using their expertise that would ensure Canada attracts investments and talent related to crypto assets while protecting those who work with them. This bill creates a mechanism to formally engage the expertise of crypto asset innovators and investors in policy development and create a framework for growth. This effort is the first of its kind in Canada. I'm pleased to introduce it today. I thank everybody who's been involved in it, including the drafters, and I look forward to working across party lines in this innovative area of policy to make this effort happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Law, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Waugh, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Prohibition and Promotion of Anti-Semitism. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, an act to amend the criminal code in order to prohibit the promotion of anti-Semitism. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Thornhill for sponsoring this important bill. From early 1941 to spring of 1945, 6 million Jewish children, women, and men were murdered in a state-sponsored genocide we now remember as the Holocaust. Holocaust distortion, denial, anti-Semitism must be confronted with the strongest opposition and condemnation. Ignorance fuels intolerance. We must continue to teach the truths of the past. Education is the safeguard of history. We must face history with courage and boldly call out and confront intolerance whenever it exists. Passage of this bill will protect the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Waugh, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a Federal Framework on the Conservation of Fish Stocks and Management of Pinnipeds. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Coast Bays, Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents in Coast Bays, Central Notre Dame, I'm pleased to present my bill, an act respecting the development of a framework on the conservation of fish stocks and management of pinnipeds. Conservation efforts by commercial and recreational fishers have been ineffective in the rebuilding of fish stocks, and we are now faced with an ecological disaster. Pinnipeds, a group of marine animals that include seals and sea lions, have populations that are now 2 to 5 times higher than historical levels. In coastal Canada, they consume 50 times more fish than our fishers harvest. Should this bill pass, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans will create a framework to manage pinnipeds through consultation with Indigenous groups and other industry stakeholders, as well as Canadian and international scientists, to restore balance to our marine ecosystems.
Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of and first reading of Prime Member's bills. Ms. Latanzio, seconded by Mr. Sorbera, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Food and Drug Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to introduce my bill today, which proposes to amend the Food and Drugs Act by restricting the marketing of food and beverages high in sugar, saturated fats, or salt directed at children. Studies have shown that even before COVID-19, 90% of food and beverages ads for such products were viewed by our children on TV and or online. We can only imagine how much more dire the situation has become over the past 2 years. Eating and drinking such foods and beverages is linked to increased health risks, such as including obesity, high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. A healthy population, including healthy children, is not only key to reducing the likelihood of serious health problems, but contributes to a healthy economy. This issue of concern has been previously debated in this chamber and is being reintroduced, for the time has come to protect our children, ensure that their health is no longer compromised, and support parents across the country as they help their children develop healthy eating habits and food preferences. I look forward to the support and ultimate adoption of this bill, and thank my colleague for seconding it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Latanzio, appuyée par Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Latanzio moves, seconded by Mr. Sorbera, that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu?
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
And finally, Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Poliev, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bank of Canada Act and to make consequential amendments to other act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to sincerely thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Carleton, who has been warning about the dangers of inflation for some time now, and this is very relevant to my bill, Mr. Speaker. My bill is called the Bank of Canada Accountability Act. Right now, the Bank of Canada has a special exemption from the purview of the Auditor General. The Auditor General is not able to conduct the types of audits that he or she does over other government departments and agencies, and since since the beginning of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada has massively expanded the money supply in Canada. As a result, we're seeing runaway inflation. In addition to buying government bonds, the Bank of Canada has also purchased corporate bonds. And what this bill would do is would grant the authority to the Auditor General to conduct the typical types of audits in addition to performance audits so that we can understand a better picture of what the bank is doing and ensuring that the bank is ultimately responsible to Parliament. Our trading partners around the world already do this. The United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, all have their Auditor Generals perform this type of function over their central bank. It's high time that we expanded the accountability and transparency measures of the Auditor General to include the Bank of Canada.
Here, here. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Poilievre, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecteur de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. All right, first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan. I'll always get it correct. Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners are highlighting the fact that protests have come to the capital city, speaking out against government tyranny, and also deeply concerned about measures that make life less affordable. Government has labeled these protesters as terrorists and used various intimidation tactics, including torture, and given police a shoot-to-kill order. I'm talking, of course, about the situation in Kazakhstan, where the government has released data claiming that at least 225 people are dead and over 4,000 have been injured. Human rights organizations have reason to estimate these numbers to be understated. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to condemn the human rights violations perpetrated by the government of Kazakhstan, demand the release of political prisoners and human rights activists like Bekizhen Mendy-Gaziev, and join the EU in their application of targeted sanctions against high-ranking officials. The next petition I'm presenting highlights the Chinese Communist Party using the arbitrary detention of Canadian citizens as a bargaining chip through hostage diplomacy. There has been great relief in Canada about the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. However, it's important to know that over 115 other Canadians are still being detained in China. In particular, this petition highlights the case of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian who was detained in China since 2006 for speaking out about the Uyghur genocide. The Chinese government refuses to acknowledge Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and refuses him consular services. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to demand the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services, to ensure Mr. Chalil's unjust detention is a priority for the Canadian government, to appoint a special envoy to work to ensure Mr. Chalil's release, and to work with the Biden administration and other allies to seek the release of Mr. Chalil. Au milieu des Jeux olympiques de Beijing,
as the Olympic Games take place in Beijing, we need to continue to hold the Chinese Communist government responsible in cases of violations of human rights. The case of Peng Shuai reminds us that athletes are also vulnerable to repercussions and acts of violence from the Communist Party. Polls show that 7 out of 10 Canadians are concerned about the health and safety of our Canadian athletes. The signers of this petition want the Government of Canada to take more severe measures towards the violations of human rights committed by the Chinese government, specifically the Uyghur genocide, and they want the government to use the Magnitsky Act to sanction individuals involved in human rights violations.
That I'm tabling, also about human rights in the PRC, highlights the situation in Hong Kong. It notes that Canada needs to be committed to free and fair trials, judicial independence, and the rule of law. There have been increasing violations of fundamental human rights in Hong Kong. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to facilitate the access to Canada, applications to come to Canada of those who have been who have not committed any crimes in a real sense, but have been convicted of political offenses in Hong Kong to affirm its commitment to render all national security law charges and convictions irrelevant and invalid in relation to Section 36(1)(c) of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, but also to ensure that anyone convicted of any other political crimes is also able to come to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'll limit myself to 5 today. The 5th petition I'm tabling is in support of Bill S-233, a bill that it would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person whose organ it is, and also create a mechanism by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada because of their involvement in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This is an important human rights bill. Petitioners are hoping that this is the Parliament that finally gets an organ harvesting and trafficking bill passed. Thank you very much.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to table a petition signed by over 100 Canadians, including many from my own riding of Halifax. The petitioners call upon government to reduce emissions, end fossil fuel subsidies, create green jobs for affected workers, and invest in public transit, along with a number of other measures to address climate crisis in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's my duty and it's my privilege as their Member of Parliament to give voice to their views, and I trust the government will give the petition due consideration. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And then probably Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to stand in the House today to introduce a petition from members from Savory Island in my riding. The reality is, for those folks in their small community of a full 100 people that are there full time, they still don't have access since 1980 to Canada Post. And so right now, members from this area are having to take a boat in, and it's quite a journey to get there. So we need to make sure that a mail is accessible everywhere in this country. So I look forward to hearing the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's tabled. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present a petition that's rather urgent. It comes from residents of the Ottawa area. It relates to the decision by the City of Ottawa to build the new hospital, the Civic Hospital, on the grounds of Queen Juliana Park. I wish I could do justice to this petition, Mr. Speaker. I have to summarize, and I know that. But the Queen Juliana Park was, of course, established in the city. Is in honor of the 7,600 Canadians who died in the liberation of the Netherlands. Of course, Queen Juliana, the Dutch Queen. There are now slated to be 750 mature canopy trees removed from this park. It's literally Joni Mitchell's song. They're going to pave paradise and put up a parking lot. Acres and acres of prime forest area, important biodiversity is to be removed. There are more than 8,000 Canadians who have signed a different petition sponsored by Change.org. These petitioners are very concerned that due process was not followed. Consultations with the public were abbreviated. Previous consultations had pointed to a different location. The National Capital Commission had recommended that the hospital be built at land at Tunney's pasture. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call for the original recommendation of the National Capital Commission to be reinstated as the ideal site, to preserve Queen Juliana Park and the entire Central Experimental Farm as green spaces, to support the panel, a panel that was comprised of numerous luminaries there, a panel recommended a public inquiry to be led by the province of Ontario as to why the NCC site recommendation was so quickly and secretly set aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present. The first petition is from constituents in my riding who are speaking out against the negative impacts of potential negative impacts of TC Energy's proposed pump storage project at the 4th Canadian Division Training Centre at Base Meaford, and they're calling upon the Government of Canada specifically to stop it. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is petitioners concerned about the Chinese Communist Party's arbitrary detention of Canadians, as we've seen recently, but they still have over 100 Canadians in detention. In particular, this petition highlights Hussein Chail, a Canadian who's been detained in China since 2006, and the Chinese government's refusing to acknowledge his Canadian citizenship and refuse him consular services. Specifically, they're demanding the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with those consular and legal services, ensure that his unjust detention is a priority for the Canadian government, appoint a special envoy to ensure his release, and ultimately work with the U.S. administration and other allies to seek the release of Mr. Hussein Chalil from the Chinese Communist regime's detention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Today, I have the honour to table on both a petition for the citizens of Sherbrooke that's asking the House to change the name of the Old Age Security Program to a title that is more respectful, that reflects the values of our government better, such as pension for seniors, for example. Because if you're 65 years of age, you're not necessarily old. So I'd like to thank the people of Sherbrooke for their attention to this subject.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député de Peace River.
Merci. I have got a petition today from members from across Canada, or citizens from across Canada. These Canadians are seeking to end the mandates, and they say that they've caused division across Canada. They are standing in solidarity with RCMP officers, border security officers, the postal workers, and the truckers as they fight this mandate. The petitioners say that they are opposed to COVID vaccines, and they want to ensure that people are not forced to decide between the jab and the job. Finally, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to remove all these mandates immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Shore St. Martin's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present a petition with regard to the Chinese Communist Party use of arbitrary detention by Canadian citizens as a bargaining chip through hostage diplomacy. Though it is a relief that Michael Spavor and Michael Korvig have finally been released from Chinese detention and hostage-taking for over 1,000 days, the Government of Canada must not forget that over 115 other Canadians are still being detained in China. The petition highlights the case of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian who has been detained in China since 2006 for speaking out against the Uyghur genocide. The Chinese government refuses to acknowledge Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and refuses to give him consular services. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to demand the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular services and legal services. Ensure that Mr. Chalil's unjust detention is a priority for the Canadian government, and appoint a special envoy to ensure Mr. Chalil's release. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to work with the Biden administration and other allies to seek release of Mr. Hussein Chalil.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I rise to present a petition. The petitioners are calling on the government to take a stronger stand against the egregious human rights violations being perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime, including recognizing the ongoing Uyghur genocide, and to call for the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions against perpetrators of these human rights violations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lakeland.
The Communist Party uses the arbitrary detention of Canadian citizens as a bargaining chip through hostage diplomacy. And it is certainly a relief that Michael Spavor and Michael Korvig have finally been released from Chinese detention after more than 1,000 long days. But the Government of Canada must also not forget that more than 115 other Canadians are still being detained in China. This petition highlights the case of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian who has been detained in China since 2006 for speaking out about the Uyghur genocide. The Chinese government refuses to acknowledge his Canadian citizenship and is refusing him consular services. So these petitioners have a number of calls to action for this government to take. They want the Government of Canada to demand the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services. Ensure that Mr. Chalil's unjust detention is a priority for the Canadian government. Appoint a special envoy to ensure Mr. Chalil Chalil's release and work with the American administration and other allies to seek the release of Mr. Hussein Chalil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petition
for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in this place to present a petition from Canadians who are concerned and acknowledge that it's clear that the Communist Party of China is doing everything it can to whitewash its record. These Canadians in this petition ask for the government to take action to bring forward Magnitsky sanctions against the communist regime and to ensure that there is accountability for the actions and specifically acknowledge the plight of the Uyghur people and the genocide that is being committed against them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Presenting petitions. Coast of Bay, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chinese Communist Party uses arbitrary detentions of Canadian citizens as a bargaining chip through hostage diplomacy. Though it is a relief that Michael Spavor and Michael Corrig have finally been released from Chinese detention after 1,020 long days, the government of Canada must not forget that over 115 other Canadians are still being detained in China. This petition highlights the case of Hussein Chalil, a Canadian who has been detained in China since 2006 for speaking out about the Uyghur genocide. The Chinese government refuses to acknowledge Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and refuses him consular services. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to demand the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services. Number two, ensure that Mr. Chalil's unjust detention is a priority for the Canadian government. Number three, appoint a special envoy to ensure Mr. Chalil's release. And number four, work with the Biden administration and other allies to seek the release of Mr. Hussein Chalil.
We're out of time for presenting the petitions. Question inscrite au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Nope. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant.
Government orders.
C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
I see that the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies has moved on. So the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a true honor for me to stand in this House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport to speak to Bill C8, an act to implement certain provisions to the Economic and Fiscal Update, which was tabled in this House at the end of last year by our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance on December 14, 2021. This is an important piece of legislation, a bill that includes a wide number of critical supports for workers and businesses needed to help them continue to tackle COVID-19, including support for provincial and territorial healthcare system with vaccines, more ventilation in schools and rapid tests, and several tax measures, including tax credits for businesses purchasing ventilation supplies and teachers who purchase school supplies to assist with virtual learning. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, keeping Canadians safe and healthy has been our federal government's top priority. Canadians have sacrificed so much over the last 23 months to protect themselves and their communities. When this pandemic is finally over, our national government will ensure that the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic underpin Canada's pandemic preparedness in the future to make sure that Canada is always ready moving forward. But in the meantime, there are things we need to keep on doing now to continue to keep Canadians safe and to support our recovery. Mr. Speaker, I will focus my remarks on four key areas of the proposed bill: improving ventilation in schools and community buildings, rapid antigen tests, small businesses air quality improvement tax credit, and COVID-19 resilience stream. Now, regarding the improving ventilation in schools and community buildings, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has been difficult for families and educators, with school closures followed by varying degrees of reopening. But with students across the country now back at school and the continuing impact of the Omicron variant, we need to make sure that our children and our teachers are in a safe environment. Improvements to school ventilation are an important component of that. That is why today's legislation proposes up to an additional $100 million to provinces and territories through the existing Safe Return to Class Fund, as well as $10 million to First Nations for on-reserve schools. We're also giving the provinces and territories the flexibility they need to spend the funds on ventilation-related improvements they deem the most important. This includes repairs or replacement of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units, increasing maintenance of existing systems to ensure optimized operation, and other interventions that bring in more outdoor air or result in cleaner air, such as the installation of operable windows or portable air filtration units. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, the Safe Return to Class Fund, originally announced in August 2020, provided $2 billion to provinces and territories in their efforts to ensure a safe return to school and protect the health of students and staff. For example, the fund is helping provinces and territories by supporting adaptive learning spaces, improved air ventilation, increased hand sanitation and hygiene, and purchases of personal protective equipment and cleaning supplies. In my riding of Davenport, 18 schools have benefited from this fund, which is amazing. So additional funding that we are proposing in the bill, so Bill C8, and what we're discussing now, if approved, will provide the complementary funding provinces and territories continue to need as they work alongside local school boards to ensure the safety of students and staff members throughout the school year. As our economy continues to recover and grow, parents should be able to fully return to work and to trust that their children are learning in a healthy and safe environment. School is critical for schools' development, their mental health, and their future success. Now, moving on to rapid antigen tests and ensuring that they continue to be available to Canadians and to businesses, as they will play a key role in helping to keep Canadians safe as we continue to find our way out of this pandemic and move into a post-COVID economy. Mr. Speaker, as you know, throughout the pandemic, our federal government has continued to ensure that provinces and territories can make decisions based on public health advice and not budget limitations as we work together to keep students, teachers, staff, and families healthy and safe during this unprecedented school year. For example, we've provided over $3 billion in direct transfer payments to the provinces and territories for testing and contact tracing through the Safe Restart Agreement. In addition, the federal government has made significant investments in building testing capacity within the provincial and territorial healthcare systems, having purchased and shipped over 80 million rapid tests to them at a cost over $900 million. With the continuing demand for rapid tests, Bill C8 will allocate an additional $1.72 billion to the Minister of Health for the procurement and the distribution of rapid antigen tests to provinces, territories, and directly to Canadians. With this initiative, combined with the funding through the Safe Return to Class Fund, the federal government is helping to keep students and their teachers safer. Now, moving on to the Small Businesses Air Quality Improvement Tax Credit. Mr. Speaker, we know that the federal government support is not restricted to the classroom. We remain committed to also helping businesses and organizations improve their ventilation and air quality in order to keep Canadians safe. Proper ventilation makes indoor air healthier and safer, helping reduce the risk of COVID-19 transmission. Many small businesses are on the front lines of the pandemic, enforcing vaccine mandates, installing protective barriers, and making sure workers and visitors are safe. Many want to make further improvements to their indoor air quality, but investing in equipment to improve ventilation can be very costly. So with Bill C-8, the federal government is proposing a refundable small business air quality improvement tax credit of 25% on eligible air quality improvement expenses incurred by small businesses to make it more affordable for them to invest in safer and healthier ventilation and air filtration. Businesses would receive the credit on eligible expenses incurred between September 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2022 related to the purchase or upgrade of mechanical heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, and the purchase of standalone devices designed to filter air using high-efficiency particulate air filters, up to a maximum of $10,000 per location and $50,000 in total. Eligible businesses would include Canadian-controlled private corporations and unincorporated sole proprietors. The credit would also be available to eligible corporations and individuals carrying on business through a partnership. By helping businesses invest in better ventilation today, the government is helping to keep Canadians safe now and in the future. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, regarding the COVID-19 resilience stream, we know that Canadians of all ages, children, seniors, young parents, amateur athletes, and more, are gradually returning to community spaces such as arenas, swimming pools, libraries, and community centers. But these buildings also require ventilation improvements. Building on the $150 million to improve ventilation in public and community buildings announced in 2020, the 2021 Economic and Fiscal Update announced an additional $70 million over 3 years for Infrastructure Canada to support ventilation projects in public and community buildings like hospitals, libraries, and community centres. Funding will be delivered through the COVID-19 resilience stream of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that the government will continue to work with provincial and territorial partners to provide a healthy school environment for students, teachers, and staff members in this challenging time. And we will continue to do whatever it takes, for as long as it takes, to beat COVID-19 and protect Canadians and Canadian businesses through this crisis. That is why support of Bill C-8 is so important. And I urge all members of this House to swiftly pass this bill so that we can ensure that all these measures are implemented as quickly as possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. We're going to go to Zoom. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the speaker today. I just wanted to read a quick quote. It's from January 12th of 2022, and it says, last week, the Prime Minister promised the Liberal government would send provinces 140 million rapid tests. That would be 4 times the number of rapid tests the federal government provided in December, enough for every Canadian to have one a week. As residents wait for testing, some provinces have flagged that shipments have been slow to arrive. Now, this was an issue 2 weeks ago, or actually closer to a month ago, and I'm just wondering if the member can explain to me why the government was so late to the game when we were asking for rapid tests a year ago, and they still haven't arrived today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. It's an important one. We want to make sure that rapid tests do arrive in our provinces and territories in a timely manner. I do know that most provinces and territories have stockpiled many of our rapid tests and have been distributing them as they have them. I know that in Ontario, I heard an announcement this morning that they've received a lot of their rapid tests from the federal government. They are now starting to hand out those rapid tests in pharmacies and in groceries, and they've come up with a game plan, and I have great faith that the rapid tests will continue to flow as quickly as possible from the federal level down to the provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The member for Davenport spoke a great deal about having a healthy environment and ventilation in schools, which is a concern for children, for young people. There's another way of having good conditions, which is to have healthy housing, even social housing, co-ops, for instance. The government could take these kinds of initiatives that would help diminish the wealth gap. Why is that not in Bill C8? It seems to me that that's something that should have been in the bill.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. It's an important one. I know that she knows this, that the National Housing Strategy is a major piece of legislation, is a key policy piece, and of great importance to our federal government. It will continue to be a priority for our government to invest in moving forward. Not only from a social housing and affordable housing perspective, but also from a housing affordability perspective. It is one of the key things that we heard during this most recent election that continues to be top of mind for all Canadians, and I can assure you that it will continue to be a priority, and we will continue to make sure that we focus and come up with solutions so that every Canadian will be able to have a safe, affordable, accessible place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Davenport for her statements, and particularly their statement related to supports for small businesses. In my district, I've heard from small businesses who are suffering. Affordability is at an all-time high. It's a true crisis for small businesses who are shutting down left, right, and center. How does this bill, Bill C8, go so far as to protect businesses from going bankrupt when all this does is present at current a tax relief for businesses that have installed ventilation?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. I think we're all worried about small businesses in Canada. They are the heart and soul. They are the foundation of our economy in this country. I will say to you that we will continue to provide supports, including what is included in Bill C8. There's quite a bit of investment in here that will allow small business to be able to upgrade their ventilation systems up to $10,000. And I think that's a significant investment. It'll continue to help to improve the air quality, improve the ventilation, both for the staff and for customers that are coming in. And we will continue. We have been there for small businesses, and will continue to be there for small businesses moving forward. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
On a le temps pour une courte question et réponse.
Time for a quick question and answer.
Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais demander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to mention that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that the government is spending quite a bit, including $100 billion in the last budget. I think that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is independent. What does she think of the option or the recommendation from the PBO?
I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. We have, over the last almost 2 years, have experienced an unprecedented pandemic. And in order to make sure that we stabilize our economy, in order to protect Canadians, in order to ensure a solid economic foundation from which our businesses can pivot into a post-COVID economy world, we had to spend a significant amount of money. Over time, we've actually adjusted and targeted more of our investments. We continue to target our investments, and we will continue to do so until we are into sort of the post-COVID world. I know I've run out of time, so I don't have any more time to address this question, but I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chacun a son.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone has their story, and I'm hearing a lot of unhappy ones these days. The most common that I have heard from Canadians is that people think that they're losing control of their lives. It's not just the pandemic. This story includes young 30-year-olds living in their parents' basement because they can't afford a house that costs $800,000, which is the typical price for a home in Canada today. And they've calculated that they might never be able to buy a house. their story is even worse because large investment firms and people who are very wealthy have gotten printed money, which the government made for them, to buy houses and real property in their communities and to rent out those homes to renters who might never be able to have their own home. I spoke with a young woman, and her story was that she started a business in the winter of 2020. But one time after the other, the government decreed shutdowns, and her dreams of being an entrepreneur died through government policy. I'm talking about immigrants who come here with an education that makes them a doctor or an engineer, but that can't work in their field because of bureaucratic obstacles. I'm talking about Indigenous people who want to use their natural resources to create jobs and pull their youth out of poverty, but are prevented from doing so from governments. I'm also talking about Indigenous people who want to own their own house, but that can't because of rules imposed by Ottawa through a system that prevents that opportunity. And finally, I'm hearing stories from Canadians who were targeted for their personal choices. I'm vaccinated. I encourage others to do the same. But I understand that other Canadians made a different choice. And before insulting them, maybe we should hear their story. It's possible that those people have had bad experiences with medications. Medication given to them by their doctor by mistake. Maybe they have an unrecognized medical condition. Maybe in other countries they've had experiences where their government lied to them. And now they are distrustful every time a government tells them to do something for their own good. But instead of listening to the stories of Canadians who are hesitant, instead of saying, I understand why you're scared and I'm here to answer your questions, I will try to persuade you. But if not, you're still part of our Canadian family. Our government took an insulting position in order to attack those people. The Prime Minister, with his own story of racism, wanted to insult others, people he doesn't even know. He tried to get rid of truckers, or rather fire truckers, people who work in a truck all alone 22 hours a day, who perhaps have the least contact with anyone else, are now being targeted with mandatory vaccination. That's why protests ended up here on Parliament Hill. But there's something positive. Freedom is on the move. Freedom is on the move, my friends. All throughout the country, in Alberta, at midnight, the vaccine passport was withdrawn. Point of order. The honourable member for
Mirabel.
For Mirabel. My apology. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the current debate is on C8. I'm wondering if the member for Carleton is perhaps off topic, considering the subject of the day. I'm sure we all try to be relevant in our speeches. The honourable member for Carleton. For the Bloc, freedom is always an issue. Mr. Speaker, in Saskatchewan, the Premier announced an end to restrictions and the vaccine passport. The Premier of Quebec made an announcement about public health measures. Prince Edward Island is starting to grant more freedom to its citizens, and now there are even Liberal MPs who are starting to get up to oppose the partisan approach that the government has taken. Two courageous MPs who are speaking against the Prime Minister's position and in favor of Canadians' freedom. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want the government to give freedom back to people, eliminate mandatory vaccination, allow public servants to return to work, and ensure that every Canadian can retake control of their lives. Mr. Speaker, our goal should be to ensure that Canada is the most free country in the world for every Canadian, so that every Canadian... Point of order. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that my honourable colleague is on his stump speech, but and we know freedom's important to him, and so is independence for Quebec. Once again, let's try to come to the subject of the bill, the Honourable Member for Carleton. We see that the Bloc Québécois is afraid, and they're trying to get me to be quiet. It's a good sign. Mr. Speaker, we will give freedom back to Canadians, and we will make sure that everyone is in control of their own story. That's the approach we want to take as Conservatives.
Has their story. And the story that I'm hearing right now is that people feel like they're losing control of their lives. Whether it's the young couple living in their parents' basement even though they're 30 years old because they can't afford an $800,000 house and are calculating that they may never be able to own a home. Whether it's the immigrant who comes here as a doctor but is blocked by a bureaucracy from ever doing that job or getting a license to practice. Whether it's the First Nations community that wants to harvest its resources to lift itself out of poverty but is blocked by government gatekeepers. Mr. Speaker, or more recently, whether it is the countless small business people who've been flattened by endless lockdowns and rules that often seem to have no link to science, or whether it is the trucker who has been dutifully putting the goods and services in our communities on our shelves and on our kitchen tables, and now is called names and prevented from doing his or her job by a Prime Minister who's not interested in listening. Now, I am vaccinated and I encourage others to do so. But every person has their story. They have their reasons. They might be medical reasons, cultural reasons. They might even have learned, they might have had an unfortunate medical experience with prior medical prescriptions that have prevented them from making that decision. But that decision must be theirs. Their bodies belong to them. They are masters of their own decisions. And instead of listening to these people, the Prime Minister has insulted them and name-called them and left them with no choice but to engage in legitimate and peaceful protest. If he wants to put an end to those protests, if he wants to actually reunite the country, then he should do what others have begun doing, because freedom is on the march in this country. Saskatchewan, Alberta, Prince Edward Island, and Quebec are beginning to lift these restrictions. At midnight in Alberta, the vaccine passport came to an end, and people across the country are showing their support for starting freedom in this country, including two of the Prime Minister's own members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let's get these restrictions out of the way. Let's open up our economy. Let's bring back freedom. Let's make Canadians the authors of their own stories again.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I note that when the member was speaking, he talked about the protest outside being a peaceful protest. What we do know is that there have been many incidences of non-peaceful type activities that have been occurring. As a matter of fact, a number of his colleagues in the Conservative bench have also called out what's going on outside as an occupation. And I'm curious if he wants to comment as to whether or not he agrees that we should be asking those that are outside to leave now that they've made their point, or if he thinks that what's going on outside is totally legitimate and should continue in its current form.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
I don't want any of this to continue. In fact, the truckers themselves have said they will not stay here 1 minute longer than the Prime Minister continues to impose against the freedoms of Canadians. And as for him insulting the people who've spoken up, I encourage him to listen to his own Member of Parliament, the member for Quebec, a Liberal MP, who said that when he went to the protest, he saw a very kind grandmother who demonstrated for her grandkids. She looked and sounded nothing like a white supremacist, nor did the Black, Sikh, and Indigenous Canadians I saw demonstrating on my way to Parliament Hill these last 2 weeks, or in Quebec City this last Saturday. I have enough respect for my fellow Canadians not to engage in these easy and absurd labels.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I would never want him to be quiet. I always listen attentively when he speaks because he's one of my favorites. Now, we agree on one thing. It's that the government management of the crisis has been awful. We all agree on this. No leadership. We can see that, and I totally agree with my colleague on that point. Now, some of his Conservative colleagues have asked for the immediate end to the blockade in Ottawa. And which side is he in favor of? The Honourable Member for Carleton. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. My position is for freedom. I want to end the government obstruction that this government is imposing on Canadians. That means ending mandatory vaccination, give jobs back to legitimate public servants who were fired because of their vaccine status, eliminate the obligation to be vaccinated for truckers who want to deliver products to us, to our grocery stores, restore freedom to Canadians above all. That would bring an end to the protests, and it will help us to start working to make Canada the freest country in the world. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to congratulate the member for Carleton on his upcoming coronation as leader of the Conservative Party. You know, he talked, the irony here, of course, is that these lockdown protests have themselves caused some of the worst lockdowns in the last 2 years. And he referred to unhappy stories. Well, I've got a few too, Mr. Speaker. I've got unhappy stories from workers and businesses in downtown Ottawa who have been unable to open or go to work. Unhappy stories from truckers who are stuck at Coots and stuck at Windsor because of these protests. Workers who are trying to move goods across the border and provide necessary supplies to our communities. I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, through you, will the member for Carleton speak up for those people and make sure that their unhappy stories are listened to by the rest of his caucus and encourage these protests to end?
In 30 seconds or so, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
One person is responsible for this mess, and that's the Prime Minister. That's right. He caused this mess by attacking Canadian citizens and taking away their freedoms. The rest of the world is moving on. Other countries all around the world are lifting restrictions. Provinces across the country are doing exactly the same, but we've got this holdout. The Prime Minister is hunkering down, and out of spite and personal pride, refusing to lift these unjustified and unscientific restrictions. If he would only do so, then the truckers could get back to work and the other protesters could go back to their lives and everything in Canada would get back up on its feet and we could get back to working on giving people control of their lives.
Alors, conformément à l'article 3 du règlement, je vote.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes on housing, the Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant on pensions, and the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou on Veterans Affairs. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Kind of feel like a baseball player steps to the plate after somebody hits a home run, but I'll do my best to follow the honourable member from Carleton. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise today and speak to Bill C-8, which is the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act of 2021. The bill touches on several different topics, but I'd like to focus on a few critical elements related to farmers, housing, and what this bill represents overall. For farmers, quite simply, this bill is an acknowledgement that the government's approach has been wrong. It recognizes the harm of its carbon tax on farmers, except there's just one problem. The remedy doesn't go nearly far enough. Instead of discounting the carbon tax at the point of sale, the government's attempting to introduce a complicated rebate method. It puts an additional burden on farmers to collect their receipts, and at the end of the year, they'll get a fraction of what they paid in carbon tax back. Mr. Speaker, tax credit's not good enough. Farmers deserve much more than that. And what's the science-based justification for treating diesel and gas differently from natural gas and propane? I hope that all members in this House understand exactly how important farmers are to this country. When you live in a city and do the majority of your traveling by plane, take a look down, and what you can see are beautiful farms covering the countryside. In many rural communities across this country, farming was the reason they sprung up and the reason they continue to exist today. Farming is one of the things Canada is known for internationally. Let me quote the Canadian Agri-Food Alliance. Canada is the 5th largest exporter of agriculture and agri-food products in the world after the EU, US, Brazil, and China. And over 90% of Canada's farmers are dependent on exports. Our farmers are competing with farmers from across the globe. It's a global industry, and farmers across the country, including in my riding, check the prices of global commodities that helps them determine and decide what to plant. They then follow international news to help them inform them of the best time to sell their products. A drought in Germany means farmers know that their canola is likely to rise due to supply and demand factors. When the carbon tax was initially announced, farmers were concerned. They knew they could not raise prices like they can in other industries. There was no way they could reduce the amount of fuel they're using, and increased costs come directly from their bottom line. That means it reduces the amount of money farmers could take home to their families at the end of the year and the amount of money farmers have available to pay workers. If it wasn't clear, farmers use a lot of fuel. A large tractor can hold 400 gallons. Thankfully, the minister understood that taxing diesel and gasoline was a non-starter. But that's not the only fuel that farmers use. Propane and natural gas are critical to farming. Natural gas and propane are cheap and efficient ways to heat and cool large buildings for many farmers. Whether it's the shop they do repair work in, or the place that livestock live in the cold winter months. These fuels are vital to selling most crops because of how farmers dry their products. Before something like corn could be shipped to market, it must be within a specific moisture range. This costs thousands of dollars to dry every month. Last night I spoke to a few farmers in my riding. They think this bill is quite clearly not doing enough. They sent me a copy of a few bills. I have a copy of a bill with me here, and just for the month of October to November, a natural gas bill for a farmer was almost $58,000. The carbon tax on that bill, $13,000, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable additional cost added to the cost of the monthly cost to operating their enterprise. Another farmer, Will in my riding, spends $40,000 to $50,000 a month some months on fuel. This huge expense to farmers is why the Ontario Federation of Agriculture has been calling on the government to rethink the carbon tax application to farms. In March, the federal government needs to understand and work to lessen the negative impacts of the carbon tax. It negatively impacting the ability for farmers in Ontario to compete in both domestic and international markets. They may have asked for understanding because it appears the government doesn't understand how much damage this is doing. That is perhaps why the Minister of Agriculture felt that it was appropriate to say the carbon tax was not significant for farmers after it was introduced. Although, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the carbon tax, this is a common theme with this government about not listening to Canadians when developing policy choices. This is where I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Northumberland Peterborough South, for all of his work on the farm tax carbon file. He said the tax was crippling agriculture. Without his work, the Minister of Agriculture may have continued to believe the carbon tax was insignificant. The member from Peterborough South called for an exemption to the carbon tax and put forward a bill to do just that for natural gas and propane, but with an unnecessary election call, that bill died with the last Parliament. The tax credit proposed is complicated, it's onerous, and it does not make it equitable with other fuels. Mr. Speaker, there's an excellent solution here to help the farmers that's quite simple, and it's not in this bill. The solution is to provide a full exemption at the point of sale. Mr. Speaker, a similar criticism can be directed at this government on the proposed tax on vacant properties, on the national annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate that is considered to be vacant or underused. That's very complicated. In the last election, housing was a major theme. Our party, the Conservatives, put forward a plan to limit and ban foreign investors not living or moving into Canada from purchasing homes for a 2-year period. This plan was well received. Really, what we're asking for is a 2-year pause to let everyone take a break and so we can curb some of the off-the-record demand we see for homes that are driving the prices up for everyone else. When we hear talk about housing, the government likes to point to a commitment to bring in a beneficial ownership registry. But like many Canadians, I'm skeptical that they will deliver on this commitment. It's absent from this bill, and this government has a long history of promising something and failing to deliver. Lastly, this bill represents a disconnect that seems to have taken hold of this government. It's a disconnect between the government of spending and the consequences of that spending. The only policy solution this government has, Mr. Speaker, is to spend more money. That's the only solution that they've proposed over these last 2 years. In fact, it's the only policy solution they've proposed since 2015, since coming into government. Mr. Speaker, when COVID first arrived, it was unprecedented. Although I was not in this chamber at the time, I was pleased to see all parties working together for the benefit of Canadians to make sure businesses and families and all of us had the support that we needed to get through the pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, the time has passed and experts are warning this government to stop the rampant spending and pointing to the effects that spending has on inflation. We need a credible fiscal plan with a focus on growth, not on redistribution, and that acknowledges the risk that additional spending represents to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I believe the buck has to end somewhere. This House can't keep signing off on billion-dollar pieces of legislation without a plan to find some savings or a plan for how to pay for it. There needs to be a debate where we can find savings to offset some of these new expenditures, which might be worthwhile. That's the very least this government could do. In fact, I would propose this government, for every new spending measure it brings forward, that it finds an offsetting savings somewhere else. This mountain of debt is not the legacy of COVID that we wish to leave for our children. They deserve better than this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it was only a couple of years ago we heard the Conservatives stand up and give a lot of speeches about the carbon tax. Bad, bad, bad. And then they minted a brand new, nice and shiny leader. Wasn't that long ago, he was actually inside the chamber where the position with which they campaigned on, Mr. Speaker, in the last election was that they were in favor of a price on pollution. That's what they were, Mr. Speaker. So they had a flip, and they now were in favor of it. And based on the discussions and the debate so far on C8, I detect they're like a fish out of the water, and they're flipping and flopping all over. And my question to the member is it his opinion that the Conservatives are going to be going back to the reform ways and adopting a policy position against the environment in support of not having a price on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it was just luck, but quite happy to answer another question from the Honourable colleague, as he asked me a question in my last speech. Mr. Speaker, what we're interested in doing, talking about carbon tax is really cold comfort to a farmer who's paying $13,000 a month in carbon tax that, oh, well, I'm sorry, you have to pay it where's that money coming from? I would like to ask this member about the farmers that he's spoken to. This is what we're talking about, the impact of the carbon tax on a farmer. And I think that it's important to recognize that some of these individuals and businesses cannot just keep affording to spend and pay the taxes increases. So we're going to continue to stand up for farmers on this side of the House and fight against a carbon tax that doesn't work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I heard him say that this government is spending too much and that we need to find places to cut. I have a proposal for this government. This government is spending billions of dollars every year on money to support the oil and gas industry, even though it has very ambitious climate change targets. It will never be able to reach its climate change targets if it continues to support the oil industry. So I wonder if my colleague agrees with me that we could cut these subsidies to the oil and gas industry. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. When we're talking about subsidies to the oil and gas industry, I think we need to have a much more fulsome and honest debate about what represents a subsidy. The truth is, the oil and gas sector represents a significant economic driver for this country and has provided much of the wealth and the economic progress and productivity that we've seen in this country over the last generations. And so I would propose, in addition to considering all spending measures, it's been over 10 years since the government has done any kind of review of its spending through any kind of efficiency review. I think there's plenty of money in the government to take a look at to see where we can find savings to spend on the priority areas. As I mentioned, there might be some really good priorities that we should be funding, but we can find the savings for that going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you as always, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. One of the things as the senior spokesperson for the NDP that I've been fighting for that I didn't see in this fiscal update was an actual commitment to make sure that the seniors who lost their GIS because of the clawback that this government did, the most vulnerable seniors, working seniors across this country, who have lost everything in some cases. I'm talking to seniors who have lost their home, they're living in vehicles, talked to seniors who can't afford medication, heard a story not too long ago about a senior who couldn't afford healthy meals, couldn't afford their diabetes medication, and as a result, they lost their lives because of this GIS clawback. I'm just wondering if this member could speak to that and his feelings about what we need to do to treat the seniors of this country more respectfully. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North in 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Honourable Member for all of her hard work on this topic and making sure that it is rightly addressed. This was a mistake by the government to mislead or a fairly complicated system to impose on seniors a difficulty in terms of the GIS clawback. And so definitely support the proposals put forward. in this House to right that wrong. However, it should be done very quickly, and it needs to be done immediately and not waiting until June or July. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honneur of the député de Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to respond to the government's economic update, formerly called C8. And I had the opportunity, as the House has come back the last few weeks, to address a few of the important economic situations that I feel our country is under enormous strain on right now. I will take my time to talk about two key themes that I'm hearing repeatedly over and over and over again among constituents in not only my riding, but I know is a message that is loud and clear in every part of this country. I want to start off with housing, Mr. Speaker. When this Liberal government came to power in 2015, the average cost to purchase a home in Canada was $435,000. We fast forward to today, and we're getting to the point of where it's nearly $800,000 on average. 85% increase in housing prices over 6 years, 25% in many areas in the last year alone. And many people say, or will argue, the government will argue, this is an international phenomenon. It's absolutely not true when we look at the degree and the severity of the housing crunch our country faces. Bloomberg has reported that Canada has the second worst housing bubble in the entire world. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when we localize it, part of our job here in the House is to bring the stories and examples from our communities here to the floor of House of Commons. I asked in question period and highlighted the situation we're facing in the Cornwall in SD&G, the area in Eastern Ontario, which I'm proud to represent. I'm grateful to Cornwall District Real Estate Board keeping statistics that has shown that we have basically doubled the housing prices in the Cornwall area over the course of the last 5 years. Over $400,000 was one of the month averages that we have seen. The one real estate agent had told me, and this is not uncommon, supply continues to be a major challenge. Who wants to sell their home when, yes, you can make some money on it, but where else are you going to go? Supply is a challenge, and pricing on that everywhere is a challenge. The number of bids on one house was 13 bids in 4 days. You talk to any real estate agent, they expect that problem to continue into this year and beyond, unfortunately. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things I want to do is put on the record what I've heard from some feedback in my riding as well. When we talk about housing prices, that impacts people getting into home ownership. Absolutely. The number of examples I hear of 30, 35-year-olds living in their parents' basement with a full-time job, trying to save up, and can't buy a house, and if they can't afford the mortgage or the risk of the mortgage rates going up in coming years as well. But one of the other things that we need to make sure when we're talking about housing, this key aspect of our quality of life, is the rental market as well. The price of rent across the country, including my community in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, be it Winchester or Cornwall or Lancaster, Morrisburg, any point in between, supply is very low and prices are going up astronomically. A 3-bedroom house, a property manager told me this week on the phone, there was a 3-bedroom house, maybe a rental apartment, I don't know if it's a house or an apartment, but 3-bedroom, $1,400 plus utilities. They had 127 applications come in 1 week. This is not sustainable. At a federal level, people will say, well, what can we do? At a federal level, we've advocated of finally tackling money laundering in this country. Canada has the reputation, growing, not diminishing, of being an opportunity for money laundering in our real estate market. We need to ban foreign investment very clearly in this heated market. And one of the other ideas to this as well of where it's constructive. We, as opposed to banning investment in the real estate market completely, foreign investment should be directed to building apartments and rentals and units to help that market as well. The government's economic approach to this is wrong. They say what we're going to do is we're going to spend billions and billions of dollars more to give people more money to buy equity to buy a house. Mr. Speaker, the economics show this is the wrong way. All it's going to do is further inflate the housing markets. When you have 17 people bidding on a house and they know they can maybe get more assistance, it's going to take that $400,000 average in Cornwall area and make it over $500,000, I'm sure. The optimism in our housing market in this country has never been lower. It started, it is here now, and it will be continuing because of bad pieces of legislation and fiscal policy that this government is proposing. $400 billion of new debt, cheap money, was put into the market, that was put in, and we see a direct correlation with the time frame of that and the effects it's had on our housing markets for the negative. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk today, as we talk about economic and fiscal updates, is that this should be a happy time, an optimist time in our country right now. We are seeing countries around the world present plans and updates to get past this pandemic, to open up, to get rid of mandates, providing a plan, giving people optimism from an economic and fiscal perspective, from a mental health perspective. And look where we are in this country today. Every single phone call that I take, the tone and temperament in this country is getting worse. The Prime Minister's language and rhetoric is unacceptable. People are more divided, they're more angry, they are more bitter, and they're getting increasingly pessimistic about the tone and dialogue in this country at a time when it can be the opposite. I am proud to say that I'm vaccinated. You've heard me in this House and if on social media encourage people to get vaccinated. And it is a positive that we are one of the most vaccinated countries in the entire world. Millions of people have gotten booster shots. Cases now in February 2022 are going downwards. We're going in the right direction. People should be hearing from the Prime Minister a plan to lift mandates. When it comes to travel, we're the only G7 country that has the outdated testing practices in place. People are getting more frustrated, they're getting more pessimistic. And instead of presenting a plan, a timeline, giving hope, showing people like numerous other allied and similar countries around the world are doing. You could look to the south, you could see Democratic and Republicans alike governors giving hope and optimism, showing a light at the end of the tunnel, telling people it's getting better, giving them some relief in their mental health, getting people back to work. And we have a paralyzed political environment in this country because the Prime Minister decides to say, if you want to open up, if you want to get back to normal, you want to live your life and get your freedom back, tarnish everybody saying you're racist, you're misogynist, some disrespectful comment. And I'm hearing over and over and over again back home that this needs to end. We are a wonderful country. Everybody I speak to is proud to be Canadian, but they are extremely frustrated by the lack of leadership and the tone that is coming from the Prime Minister. And as a matter of fact, as opposed to when everybody else is opening up and giving that optimism, still on this table, Mr. Speaker, is a Prime Minister, through the own words of his caucus members, 2 of them now that have rightfully and thankfully stepped forward, is doubling down on division and spreading, I believe, further disunity in this country. They're actually talking about an interprovincial mandate for truck drivers. What does that mean? Putting police at every single border in every single province of this country. Read the room. The science isn't there, and Canadians aren't there. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this legislation. I oppose the direction that this government is taking, and I will stand up to make sure we get back our freedoms, get back opened up, and finally get back to normal once again. It's been long enough.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I thought I could agree with a lot of aspects, housing, we need to work on housing, through cross-party lines. But near the end of his speech, I started hearing the rhetoric that we constantly hear from the opposition. And he's labeling the leader of this country as the one that's cranking up the rhetoric. But I would argue it's really coming from the other side, because Canadians are on side with getting vaccinated. If we weren't united, we wouldn't have the great numbers that we have. And Canada has done so well through this pandemic. It is because of the leadership that has been shown by our Prime Minister and by this government. Would the member not agree that Canadians are on board with health measures? Canadians want to be safe, and Canadians want consistent messaging from their government.
And that's why we're...
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
We are one of the most vaccinated countries in the entire world. That should mean at this point in the game, with the science and the data that's available to us, we should be opening up, getting back to normal, people getting back to work. What they see, and we heard it not from myself, from the opposition, we heard it from their own benches. A deliberate strategy to politicize the pandemic, to say we can give fear, we can stigmatize people, we can make them look like we can't open up. Mr. Speaker, I'll say again, read the room. When we talk about where Canadians are at, they followed health advice. They've been double or triple vaccinated. They followed the rules, and they're seeing what's happening around the world, opening up, getting back to a semblance of normalcy, and getting past COVID once and for all. The time has come to actually start doing that.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unreal. I appreciated the speech. The colleague sounded sincere. The colleague spoke about division. And yes, he's right. This government is currently creating a lot of division in Quebec and in Canada with its policies. Here's where there's consensus, and this is totally missing from the economic update, is when it comes to federal health transfers. There's nothing about increasing federal health transfers in this, and 85% of Canadians want it. Provinces want it, territories want it, all opposition parties want this. They want federal health transfers increased. This is not mentioned. No Conservative will say that they... In fact, Quebec wants the transfers increased to 35%. So will the Conservative caucus stand in agreement with Quebec's request and province's request to increase federal health transfers to 35%?
South Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for that intervention and comment on that. And I will agree with him. I laughed in the House the other day as we were talking about this legislation. There was a member of the government benches that said, well, we've had 35 meetings with premiers across the country in the past couple of years. Their number one ask the entire time was a permanent increase to healthcare transfers to allow them to build up surge capacities that we need, not just during COVID, but in the winter months every year. And one thing that's been near and dear, going back to my days as a mayor and in our region, is long-term care, making more investments of improving capital, of improving quality of care that's there. I will agree with the Bloc Québécois that we need permanent, significant increases in our healthcare transfers. The government has done everything but promise that. That's been the number one demand of provinces. It's far from it. Again, at this point in the game, in an economic and fiscal update, that should be the core foundation of what should be in there. It's not.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, for that speech. I really appreciated his comments on housing, about how it's the supply of housing, and especially what I wanted to emphasize was the supply of affordable housing. We are so far behind the federal government. Conservative, Liberal governments over the past 30 years have got out of the affordable housing game. We are 500,000 units of affordable housing behind of where we should be, and the NDP has put forward a proposal. We need to build those 500,000 units now, and I'm just wondering if he can stand up and say the Conservatives support us
because it's affordable housing we really need, housing that everybody can move into and have a roof over their head.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, 30 seconds.
Thank you to my colleague from British Columbia and of the NDP. To that point, I was involved in municipal politics for years, and I know this is a municipal and provincial jurisdiction when it comes to supply, but I agree wholeheartedly that we need to increase housing supply in this country. That will help with affordability. One of the biggest things I say is we hear NIMBYism all the time. We need to get stuff built. Not in my backyard, but I also say, Mr. Speaker, part of the challenge nationally, provincially, and municipally we need to tackle is that banana acronym. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything, or a cave mentality of citizens against virtually everything. We need to start working together all levels around transit planning, around all these different factors. That will help affordability of getting that private sector supply up. Number one thing we can do, and I appreciate his intervention to that point.
In debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to you today, or to speak to the chamber today, about Bill C-8, an act to implement certain measures included in the fall economic and fiscal update. This debate comes amid a real crisis of leadership in Canada. The Prime Minister, we know he called a summer election that Canadians didn't want, and by cleverly sowing enough division and fear in just the right places, he managed to squeak out another minority government with the same willing partners in the Bloc and the NDP. He claimed that the 2021 election was necessary because we were at the most transformational moment since 1945, and that he would need a new mandate to implement a bold new agenda befitting a grand historical moment. So once elected, with the same partners that were already giving his government a free hand to do anything he wanted, what did the Prime Minister do that was so transformational that it required an election and a fresh mandate? Well, he did absolutely nothing. He waited weeks before making a few tweaks to his cabinet. Then he waited a few more weeks before finally reconvening Parliament, delivered a bland, recycled speech from the throne, and eventually, the week before Christmas, he tabled what they were still referring to as the fall economic statement. So what was in this much-delayed update? What were the once-in-a-lifetime transformational programs that required a new mandate from an election to implement? Well, Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing. The statement was a continuation of the same trajectory that this government has been on both since and before the COVID crisis began. The fall economic statement shows that this government is continuing down the path that it has long walked, out of control spending, higher taxes, continuing inflation, which threatens to trigger a spiral of higher prices for consumers, higher interest rates, higher mortgage payments for consumers, and higher debt service costs for governments, which will eventually mean higher taxes and service program cuts. This is the trajectory that we are now on, and it began long before COVID. Canadians are facing an affordability crisis. Inflation is the highest that it has been in decades. Families can expect their grocery costs to increase by $1,000 this year. For millions of Canadians, this means hard choices about what they will do without. The vast majority of Canadians do not have an extra $1,000 a year to spend on groceries. Before the pandemic, nearly half of Canadians were virtually broke after paying all of their monthly obligations, and they simply can't absorb higher food costs. And there's the cost of home heating. This is an absolute life necessity in Canada. Nobody in Canada, not even on the West Coast, can simply tough it out in the winter and just put on a sweater when it gets cold. When it does get cold, and it gets bitterly cold in every part of Canada, Canadians need reliable and affordable energy to heat their homes. And this government has slapped an ever-increasing carbon tax on the home heating costs for millions of Canadians. Transportation is also more expensive. Gasoline is more expensive. And this is also due in part to the carbon tax. This cost affects everyone, whether they own a car or not, whether they drive or take the bus. It makes driving to work more expensive, and it also makes bus passes more expensive. And it puts pressure on municipalities that have increasing costs to operate police, fire, ambulance, waste collection, and transit vehicles. These higher costs have resulted in higher property taxes or cuts in services and will continue to do so. Nowhere is the increased cost of living and inflation crisis more obvious than in Canada's housing markets. A true crisis in affordable rent and home ownership has deeply taken root in Canada under this government. It's much worse. It became much worse during the COVID crisis itself. And this bill does not give hope to would-be home buyers or renters. In fact, it's a continuation of the very policies that have pushed home ownership out of reach for young families. COVID has had a devastating effect on the Canadian economy. It resulted in a significant drop in GDP and massive job losses. And yet the price of residential real estate went up. And not just by a little bit. The Canadian real estate market saw the most spectacular run-up in home prices ever seen. The average price of a Canadian home went up 30% in the middle of an economic contraction with massive job losses. How could that possibly happen? Was there a massive collapse in other asset classes to offset a rush of money into residential real estate? No. Stock markets also enjoyed a spectacular run during COVID. So where did the money come from? Well, Mr. Speaker, can there now be no doubt that massive deficits, facilitated and enabled by central banks that massively expand the money supply by buying the government's debt with newly created money, inflate the value of assets without actually creating any real wealth? Just inflation. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, with its deficits, absence of credible fiscal anchors, or acknowledgement of the inflation crisis, is a doubling down on the previous fall economic statement and last year's budget. There is nothing to give Canadians the hope for a future where there will be affordable homes, manageable costs for basic necessities, relief from taxes, or better public services that they want and need. There's nothing in this statement to give Canadians confidence that their leaders are prudent managers of the nation's finances. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has pointed out that the government's own stated rationale for the billions in additional spending contained in the update no longer exist. The PBO has also pointed out that since the pandemic began, billions of dollars have gone into non-COVID new spending programs. And furthermore, beyond the dollars and cents, the PBO has pointed out that this government is struggling with basic fiscal transparency. From the PBO, quote, "This year, both the annual financial report and the public accounts were published on December 14th, 2021, the latest publication since 1993-94. Comparatively, Canada was the last among the G7 countries to publish their financial accounts for the 2020-2021 fiscal year," unquote. It goes on to point out that the federal public accounts are published later than most provincial and territorial public accounts, and that, quote, "Canada falls short of the standard for advanced practice in the International Monetary Fund fiscal reporting guidelines," unquote. In some respects, Mr. Speaker, these quotes from the PBO about basic competence and transparency might be the most disturbing part of all. For 6 years, this government is increasingly paralyzing the country with incompetence. We watched a government just shrug off payment systems that don't pay, procurement systems that don't procure. They create regulatory systems designed to kill projects. They've dithered for years with a non-decision on Huawei, jeopardizing national cybersecurity. They defy parliamentary orders. They've presided over the resignation of 8 generals, 1 clerk of the Privy Council, a governor general. And now we're adding the inability to file timely fiscal reports to the incredible litany of muddled and incompetent government. Today, as we debate the implementing legislation for the fall economic statement, Canada is as divided as it has ever been. This government has long pitted East versus West, urban versus rural, now the vaccinated against the unvaccinated. They operate under an us versus them mentality that has finally and courageously been called out by one of their own this week. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I will not support this bill. It is a matter of confidence in this government, and I have none.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, he talked a lot about the housing issue, but hasn't mentioned anything about how supply has decreased during COVID-19. He talked a lot about the government spending, but hasn't talked about why that spending was necessary, which I'd like to know, which of the benefits would the member had liked to have seen cut? Does he not agree with the business supports? Does he not agree with supporting seniors? There are measures in this bill as well to help curb the buying of homes, the residential properties as well. Does he not agree with that? The inflation is not just a problem here in Canada, but it is a global problem right now. And I would say that supply chain is the main reason for causing this problem. So if the member can give me his comments.
The honourable member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge.
There's a lot there. I'll do the best I can with the time I have. To start with the last point, yes, indeed, there is inflation in other parts of the world, but no more so in no other advanced economy like there is in Canada. This is a Canadian phenomenon compared to our peer countries. On the housing, yes, indeed, supply is an issue, and we have seen nothing from this government to meaningfully address supply. Quite the opposite. We have a continuation of regulation, and then it goes to other levels of government as well. But certainly there are supply issues here. But what they've done is inflated the entire asset class with their deficits that are facilitated through the creation of new money. I did address that. And with respect to programs, yes, indeed, as we supported many of the we supported all of the support measures that were necessary to combat COVID. But as she might have noted in my speech, the parliamentary budget officers pointed out that the criteria for the stimulus portions here, their own rationale for them has disappeared, and yet the expenditures remain. And finally, I would like to thank her for participating in debate. It's nice to see somebody besides the member for Winnipeg North and the member for Kingston and the Islands actually doing their job and speaking in the House of Commons. Well done, thank you.
Yeah, et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rip.
The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague from Calgary-Rocky Ridge denounced the fact that there were no innovative policies on the part of the Liberal government. However, in last spring's budget, there were measures to crack down on tax evasion, but we haven't heard anything since then. There's nothing in C8. So the hope this had given citizens and the trust Canadians should have in the Department of Finance are just not there. There's nothing to fight tax havens.
The member is absolutely right. This government has spent a lot of airtime during committee meetings and occasionally in the chamber paying lip service to the problems of money laundering in Canada, which is a very serious problem, and we really see it in the real estate industry. It's not a new phenomenon, but one that this government has failed to adequately address. I would agree with the member on that point.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montmagny. I'm sorry about the rest. Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, I've just seen on Facebook, and somebody shared this with me, in my riding of Rivière-du-Loup, it's 166 per litre of gas. This is unprecedented in Canada. Super is at almost 190 a litre. The parliamentary budget officer, who my colleague referred to, so the PBO said the government has to stop spending. It's out of control. What does he think about that?
Well, I agree with him completely, and I know that in his riding, I'm sure that most people actually rely on personal vehicles for transportation to get to work and back. There's no subway system in that member's riding, and so the inflation impact, particularly on transportation, is a real problem for working people in Canada. the PBO's concerns were well noted on the out of control spending.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today we're debating a bill related to the fall economic update. And I think we have to sit here and realize the situation that we're in right now in terms of the context that we're debating this bill. I have never seen our country more divided in my time in office. And I've never seen us in quite the national crisis that we are right now. We're now in year 3 of COVID. We have every one of us in this house, every person listening to this has constituents who are tired, who are facing mental health crises, who want stability and certainty, who have lost jobs, who are trying to find labor. We have a big problem in this country right now. We're seeing civil unrest. And I just feel that the legislation that the government is putting forward right now, and that the tone that the government is taking with these problems isn't treating these things seriously. You know, it's really easy for us to just assume that Canada is always going to be this wonderful, vibrant, inclusive pluralism that sees constant economic growth. But we can't make that assumption. It actually takes work. It takes effort. And that effort is not deep political polarization. It's not making political hay out of crisis situations. It's actually trying to work with each other to come up with solutions. I feel like this bill doesn't recognize that point right now. My constituents are seeing out of control costs of living increases. I was just at the grocery store last night in my community, and I kind of watched this woman. She picked up this container of chicken breasts, and then she put it back, and then she picked it up again, and then she put it back, and then she picked it up again, and she put it back and walked away. And that's happening across demographics. People don't know if they can afford to pay basic necessities. And this has changed in such a rapid period of time. And this bill doesn't address that, because we're not addressing the underlying causes of inflation, of deficit spending, and frankly, of continued spending that we've seen over the last couple of years during the pandemic. I really think now is the time for a new approach. I believe that we shouldn't be debating any new budgetary measures without having a plan to end pandemic restrictions. I understand why we looked to restrictions at the very start of the pandemic. I think that there were several reasons why we did. The government needed time to figure out what COVID was, particularly as we were watching, the body bags pile up in different parts of the country. There was a desire to try and contain COVID. We now know that that's not possible. COVID zero is not possible. It's not a thing. We have to learn to live with it. Restrictions were supposed to buy us time to get vaccines and therapeutics. We have both. Thank God we have both. Restrictions were supposed to incent people to get vaccinated. And I would argue that after 6 months of many of these restrictions, there's so many Canadians who have gotten vaccinated, who've gotten boosted. I want to thank them for that. But I think that people who haven't gotten vaccinated to this date, they probably made a choice. And frankly, the political rhetoric around vaccination that we saw during the federal election campaign did nothing to help raise vaccination levels. All it did was, frankly, I think, divide our country further. And then the last thing was that restrictions were ostensibly put in place to buy politicians at all levels of government time to have enough capacity to build up capacity within our very broken healthcare system. On the first 4 points, we don't need restrictions anymore to do those things. On the fifth point, to build up capacity or to deal with Canada's broken healthcare system. Restrictions aren't going to do that. Only political will get that done, right? So I think this bill misses the mark. I would like to see the federal government immediately put forward a plan to end pandemic restrictions. I think that would take the temperature down across the country, and it would also serve to give us a starting point to think about how we are recovering as a country from what has been collective trauma across the country, across our nation. That needs to be the starting point. The thing that this bill doesn't address that it really should have, given the amount of spending in here, is that point number 5 that I just mentioned, how we are addressing Canada's broken healthcare system. Because I know that this 4th round of restrictions, a lot of it was to do with that, right? Worry about whether or not a few hundred emergent patients who were suffering from COVID would overload our ICUs across this country. And I know that healthcare is provincial jurisdiction. The federal government also has a convening role in a national crisis to ask provincial governments how we can help, how we can fix this problem, how we can support the doctors and nurses who are rightly asking for solutions from all of us. We can't point fingers at each other across levels of government and then expect Canadians to continue to sacrifice through restrictions, through continued impingements on our freedom. We can't keep expecting to divide Canadians. So I really hope that the government will turn their attention to those types of forward-looking measures when it comes to moving into a state of endemic management for COVID, figuring out how we can unite each other and figure out how we can have common ground and understand one another, rather than just using political rhetoric to try and drive wedges. I hope that the federal government somehow uses its convening role to see how we can support the provinces and fix our broken healthcare system so that this doesn't happen again. I hope the federal government commits to ensuring that these type of restrictions that we've seen over the last couple of years are not normalized, and that we put safeguards around when the federal government can actually use these so that Canadians aren't sort of sitting in a state of suspended terror or uncertainty on when they're coming forward again. I hope that the federal government actually puts some resources into ramping up the pandemic warning system. We shouldn't have to be relying on data from the WHO and other areas. We should be having our own data to be able to figure out how we can best manage our borders. I mean, there's so many things that we could be doing, but what I feel like this bill is a continuation of the status quo in the middle of a national crisis, rather than saying, how do we get out of that crisis? How do we heal the rifts, the collective trauma that our nation has gone through, and then focus our efforts on rebuilding? The last few days and few weeks have been, I think, difficult on every Canadian. I've gotten so many emails and calls from people of all political stripe and proclivity, just panicked and worried about the future. And it's our job here to give that stability and that sense of hope moving forward. And I watched Question Period today, and we've all got to do a lot better. The interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada asked the Prime Minister to meet and has proposed a meeting across party lines with all the party leaders to figure out how we can move forward, how we can ensure that critical infrastructure isn't being blockaded, but also how we can ensure that pandemic restrictions are removed. These are both reasonable things to move forward, and they're both what we're here to do. These are both of our jobs. We can't keep trying to take a side one way or the other and trying to think that something's going to happen. There has to be an acknowledgement of an issue of both, and I don't see that happening here. So this is less of an admonishment and more of encouragement to all of my colleagues who are listening today, and to anyone who's listening at home. If we don't start taking these things seriously, we're going to keep seeing this spiral, this disintegration. And that's not, so many across so many different generations have worked so hard to build our country up, not tear it down. It's our jobs here to make sure that we do so. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to work together, work across party lines to come up with solutions, take the temperature down, and invest in our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found my colleague's speech to be quite interesting. First, I'm a person of faith as well, and she thanks God for rapid tests and vaccines that this country has now procured. I know she was a big critic on whether we would be able to do all of those things, and I would say that we should be thanking the government for being able to manage in such difficult times. We were able to procure more than enough vaccines for our country. I know that this member was was basically demanding that the government provide rapid tests to all the provinces. We did so. This fiscal update provides all of those measures. It provides for ventilations in schools. We did ask the provinces what they needed. They needed funding to create vaccine passports at the time. They needed supports for their businesses. So this fiscal update does all of those things. So I'm a little tired of hearing from the opposition these extreme ideas. At the very beginning of the pandemic, they were like, shut all borders down immediately. Now they want us to open. Where's the balance?
I have to give the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill the opportunity to answer.
I just want to thank my team and my caucus for standing behind me for over a year as I stood in the House as the official opposition critic for health. The role of the opposition during that time, we held the government to account when we weren't getting vaccines in other countries, where every day we were in the House asking questions, when are they coming, committee meeting after committee meeting. And that is the role of the opposition, to put pressure on the government to make sure that they're delivering results for Canadians. And in a functional parliament, that's what we should be doing. So I just want to thank my colleagues in the Conservative Party for, during some tough times, lifting me up and lifting my team up to get that job done. And I'm proud to say that. Now, my colleague spoke in the past tense about measures that the government have done and vaccine passports and these things. We have to be talking about the future tense. We have to be saying where we're going forward. We can't be looking in the rear.
And we have to give more opportunities for questions. The L'Honorable Député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chair. Thank you to the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her speech. She vigorously denounced the government's lack of vision and leadership in the area of health. So what would her proposals be if her party was in government? Would she transfer more money to the provinces? Because over the years, the federal contribution fell from 50 to 22%. Quebec, the provinces and the territories want to see that number increase to 35%. Would she support that measure? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague who is always bright and good to work with. We need to have a much more robust response from the federal government on addressing Canada's broken healthcare system. Funding is certainly a large component of that. We need to make sure that the provinces are adequately funded. And we also need to look, I think, at some of the significant learnings and cracks that have been exposed in our healthcare system throughout the pandemic, with a level of honesty and determinism in determination in order to fix it. We can't sweep these problems under the rug. The Conservative Party of Canada had several ideas in the last election on what we needed to do. And, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I look forward to working with members of all political parties to see how we can fix this, because we can't.
One last question, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Nose Hill. I know we agree on a number of things. We agree that my riding makes very good wine, and I know I agree with her that Canadians are struggling to get by. And there are Canadians who aren't struggling to get by, and those are the billionaires of Canada, the ultra-wealthy. And I wonder if she could comment on the NDP's idea that it's time for the ultra-wealthy to pay their fair share, so that the tax burden of Canada is not on the shoulders of those who are struggling to get by. And will she agree that we need a wealth tax on the ultra-wealthy so that we can make sure that the costs of the pandemic are shared equitably.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill in 20 seconds.
I just want to thank my colleague for raising one of the key economic engines of his riding, the wine industry. I certainly know that our party has several ideas for tax relief to incent growth in that sector around the escalator tax. And I believe that all Canadians, particularly low-income Canadians right now, should be afforded some measure of tax relief, but particularly low-income Canadians, to ensure that they can make in.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House once again. So, to start, how do you begin to go over the country's finances under this Liberal government? There's always so much spending, and it's impossible to keep track of it all. It can give you a headache if you try to really keep up with it. Many of my fellow Conservatives are doing a great job of going through these spending items, showing how a lot of it doesn't make any sense, and helpfully explaining how to handle Canada's finances more effectively to get a better deal for the taxpayer. I think it needs to be said as a general comment that in difficult times, it's actually more important, not less, to make sure that we are managing our finances carefully and with close attention. The government must not act like they received a blank check from Canadians. But when we are dealing with unusually large amounts of money, and when our minds are easily distracted by the news and the events that are surrounding us here in this country, the temptation is always there to start falling into a spending spree and make impulsive decisions without clearly thinking about the future and the ramifications of the decisions that we make here today. Everybody knows by now that we have entered a time of soaring inflation and supply chain shortages. Maybe it took an extra while for the Liberals to acknowledge it because the warnings are coming from the official opposition. But they got there eventually and recognized that it was more than just inflation. To a degree, some challenges were expected during all the uncertainty and real disruptions to do with COVID and 2 years of lockdowns. That's the sort of thing that's been affecting countries around the world, which has been the government's favorite talking point for a little while. But Speaker, it's not the perfect excuse that they're trying to make it out to be. Their mandate for truckers crossing the border, for example, at a time when supply chains are fragile with moving goods, is only one of the latest examples of their wrong-headed and unbalanced policies. We're already behind 18,000 truckers, and its mandates are only further exacerbating that issue. The Prime Minister's inflammatory and extreme rhetoric has also not been helping, but I'm not so much speaking on national unity here today. It's the economic side of these problems, which is the focus of debating the bill which is in front of us here right now. Speaker, as far as handling COVID is concerned, this government really has been normalizing lockdowns in practice. They have gone along as if it was a fallback or a default position. Sometimes it seems as if they are stuck in the spring of 2020. The Liberals did not listen to feedback inside or outside of this House about supporting the provinces, strengthening their health care funding, and providing all kinds of preventative measures as requested. Conservatives demanded that they maximize all the incentives for businesses to hire and for more people to keep working. But now we find ourselves with ongoing labor shortages across different sectors. We are not out of the woods yet. Even though we do need to be prepared for the worst-case scenarios, it is still concerning to see the government announce a local lockdown program when they have consistently lacked a balanced approach. It'd be one thing if a government was caught off guard by a crisis and had trouble finding its way. But with the Liberals and with their economic update, it's about so much more than just COVID. Our finances were not in good shape before 2020 because of the same government's mismanagement. We started off weaker than we needed to be, and it's obvious that the Liberals have not learned anything or been willing to correct course. Speaker, over the last couple of years as a member of Parliament, I've had the chance to work on a few committees, and in each of them, I've seen the same pattern up close. This government will make announcement after announcement for our future economy yet to come, while they do not hesitate to actively undermine our strongest sectors in the current economy. We can't go on spending as much as we are if we don't have a strong economy to back it up. When you ask them practical questions about the most basic details of their dream economy, there isn't an answer because questioning on it just kills the mood. The Liberals are shooting our country in the foot and asking questions about it later, but it's okay, there's a buyback program for the proverbial gun anyway. They'll happily bring in new restrictions on people's lives through taxes and new laws, but they don't seem to care as much about making sure that ordinary life can function in their new utopia. First, they brought in their carbon tax with no regard for the disproportionate impacts it has on rural areas like the ones that I serve and the most vulnerable populations, even though the regulatory review admits it. It specifically singles out seniors living on a fixed income, but also single mothers who are most at risk of experiencing energy poverty. And as the carbon tax continues to escalate, and as they're looking to pile on the clean fuel standard, which has another carbon pricing mechanism attached to it, these people are only going to feel even more and more crushed by the burden of this government's tax-heavy approach. But there's no need to worry, because they say they are preparing our economy for the future. They promise a boom for industry with electric vehicles and biofuels in Canada. Again, without a plan, it sounds too good to be true. A couple days ago in committee, I followed up with the Minister of International Trade on a potential problem under CUSMA. Since coming into force in July of 2020, we have had a window of time to prepare for a requirement to regionally source 75% of lithium for EV batteries with minimal impacts on tariffs. If we are unable to do so, there will be a massive increase in tariffs, with or without them. We could easily fall behind in this new industry, which appears to be crucial for the government's direction. What if it doesn't work out as well as expected? I asked the minister about it a year ago. She did not seem to know what it was, and with no clear answer since then, I decided to bring it up again this week. 1 year later, I'm still not sure if the minister is really actually aware of it, and it's hard to get anything done if you don't know what you might have to deal with. And when it comes to new mines or resource projects in this area, industry has clearly said that the Liberal government's own impact assessment process is getting in the way and causing delays. The timelines for approval take way too long, and it doesn't have to be this way. Our Canadian economy depends on resource development. The energy industry, specifically oil and gas, is a major contributor for work and for wealth. But it's the same Liberal legislation with an activist environment minister which would aggressively shut it down while preventing projects they will need to replace it with. If the Liberals want to keep spending away, where will the money come from? This is not the only way Liberal policies are working at cross purposes either. Ever since the Liberals first floated their idea of reducing fertilizer emissions by 30%, producers and industry have been deeply concerned that this would follow the European Union's model of restricting the total amount of fertilizer used. They went with a 20% hard cap reduction on fertilizer usage. This could cause huge losses for crop production. Following their efforts, I've raised this issue multiple times, and the government has not ruled it out here in the House of Commons. Last fall, Myers Norris Penny released a commission report on the estimated impact of such a policy in the coming years. By 2030, according to the report, losses of crop yields for corn, canola, and spring wheat could total tens of millions of tons, costing up to nearly $48 billion to the Canadian economy. For Canadian agriculture, which is already a leading example of environmental efficiency and sustainability, this would be nothing short of devastating. Considering the estimated number of losses to crops, this would also create new problems for trade exports and disruptions to domestic or global supply chains. Price pressures with reduced supply can easily combine with inflation to make it worse. What makes it even worse yet, Madam Speaker, is part of the Liberals' plan for their new economy, for the new future, is going to be biofuels. And we all know that both corn and canola are the main crops that we're going to be growing for biofuels going forward. Now, underneath this report, the amount of bushels that are going to be produced is going to massively drop, and we're not going to be able to meet this demand to fuel the future, according to the Liberals' plan. And do you know what the government's response continues to be to all of this, Madam Speaker? They disagree with the report, which should be fair enough, except for that they haven't even done their own impact studies or clearly laid out to farmers and to producers what they're going to do. I was glad to hear that they're looking at options besides heavily reducing fertilizer, but the main issue that I'm trying to raise today and in the past is that they continue to refuse to rule out the hard cap use of fertilizer. This whole time the government could reassure us by saying it's not going to happen, but again, here we are. They won't do it. The Liberals need to think twice about ruining their own plan for biofuels when there's going to be even more demand for canola. How will it work for our producers who are having a harder time growing it underneath this new regime that they're putting in place? The input costs are already through the roof, both for seed, for fertilizer, for spray. Machinery costs are also through the roof. Somehow I don't think that the Liberals understand the practical realities and the decisions that our farmers have to consider. The government already isn't taking the concerns about land use with food versus fuel seriously, but now they want to play with the idea of restricting fertilizer. Despite all the uncertainties right now with inflation and supply chains in our economy, Canadians can be sure of at least one thing. This Liberal government has been and will continue to be a disaster for our economy. It really could be so much better if they would only listen. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Heads.
The member mentioned economy during his remarks. I'd remind him that pre-pandemic, this government had resided over an economy where unemployment was at a 40-year low, where our debt to GDP ratio was declining, and indeed, during this pandemic, we have been there for businesses to support. Our job numbers are strong, as too is our GDP, notwithstanding the challenges are there. What I want to ask this member specifically, though, is when I go look at the Hansard from 2020 and 2021, he made a lot of mention of blockades and the economic impact that that was having in his part of the country and indeed elsewhere in the country. I have yet to hear the same type of language for him calling for the protesters, similar to in 2020 to go home. I have yet to hear that language. I'm going to go on record right now, Madam Speaker, saying that it is important that the protesters go home, not only the ones here in Ottawa, the ones in Windsor, and the ones in Coutts. Will this member take the opportunity to do the same thing on the record right now for his constituents and all Canadians?
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, through you, I'd just like to address that, because I think back in 2020, one of the main issues that we had back then was inaction from this government. And once again, we have inaction again when it comes to this blockade, just like we did back then. And they refused to act then and just kind of let it go on, just kind of hoped that it would just kind of take care of itself. And the pandemic basically took care of it for them, so they didn't have to do anything back then. And here we are again today. We're just looking for the government to actually acknowledge that there are concerns that these Canadians have. These hardworking, everyday Canadians are bringing here to Ottawa and putting it right in front of them, so they can't ignore it. And they're not listening. Canadians want to be heard, and that's what this is about. They want to hear what this government has to say. So yeah, I would just ask that they would just listen, just like we were asking them to do back in 2020.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Beijing's Nunavik EU.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands for his speech. He talked about confinement, about vaccination, and I agree, except that if we had had higher health transfers, maybe things wouldn't be so bad today, and we wouldn't necessarily see some of the division that we see right now. I'll give an example. In my riding, there have been cuts to the night emergency service and to obstetrics, and it's awful what people have had to deal with. The same thing in the long-term care homes. So what does the honourable member think? Because during the election campaign, the Conservatives had their own plans. I'd like to ask the member what he thinks should be done with the health transfers to the provinces.
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to thank the member for the question, because it's a very important one, and we had a campaign that called for the increases in transfers to provinces. And yeah, prior to the pandemic, we've heard many health experts say that capacity was one of the biggest issues that we faced. We were consistently operating between 95 and 110%, and there was no real plan back then to address that. And we still don't actually have a plan from this government on how to address that going forward. So, and I think that's what Canadians are looking for throughout this, this debate, and just through what we've been seeing with COVID. They want to see a plan from this government going forward. And here today with this budget update, there is no clear plan to address the shortcomings that have been identified over the last 2 years.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. During his speech, he made reference to the fertilizer reduction strategy. It's something I've taken a great interest in my time as the NDP's agriculture critic over the last 4 years. I just wanted to get his comments on the National Farmers Union. They came out and they said that Fertilizer Canada had produced a simplistic, self-serving model that does nothing to illuminate the actual path that farmers must follow to reduce emissions in line with the requirements of our international commitments, and that their report provided no useful insights in how farmers can contribute to our low emission future. So, reducing fertilizer, of course, is going to help farmers' bottom line. I mean, does the member agree that there are other paradigms that farmers can follow and achieve the same yields, but with less fertilizer use? It just requires a collective effort and more research in how to do so.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think further research is obviously going to be a big part of it going forward. We have a great agricultural program at the University of Saskatchewan back in Saskatoon. So innovation is going to be a big part of it. But again, at the end of the day, the government has a biofuel strategy they've laid out. They need canola and they need corn to be able to meet that. The number one way that they're going to meet that is through increasing the yield potential of those crops. Fertilizer is how you do it. Particular nitrogen is one of the big elements that these crops use, and that's one of the easiest ways that things that they're going to try to target. That's what the European Union targeted with their reductions, but those crops need it the most. So the two...
And that is it. Est-ce que la Chambre...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland.
Moved that Bill C8, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Si un député d'en parler.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Thursday, February 10th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, if that's it, what I would ask, if you would canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent at this time in order to call it 6:44, I believe, so that we can get to the take note debate.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? We do. So, yes, to adjourn. À ce moment-ci.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I was pleased to hear the Parliamentary Secretary say that he's prepared to take notes on this very important adjournment proceedings. You know, we've heard a lot about the housing affordability crisis that we have here in Canada, and the cost of everything is ballooning. The cost for Canadians to be able to afford a house is slipping out of their hands. That dream of home ownership is getting further and further away for young Canadians. You know, 30-year-olds living at home, stuck in a cycle of renting, not able to save up for a down payment for the price of a home that has doubled while these Liberals have been in government. But it's not just the price of homes that have gone up. We know that the price of feeding our families is going to go up by an average of $1,000 per family just this year. The list of individual items and how much they cost with an increase is too great to go into. But it includes, of course, you know, chicken and beef and dairy, fruits and vegetables, but also heating our homes. Also putting fuel in our cars so that we can get to work. Medical appointments. You know, in rural ridings like mine, people don't have the option of taking public transit for the most part. We need a government who's committed to making life more affordable for Canadians. Not saying, well, inflation is a global problem and pointing to, you know, how our inflation stacks up against other places without doing anything to address the issue here. Telling Canadians that inflation is a global problem doesn't do anything to address the rising cost of everything for folks across this country. Folks who are living in, you know, that they're stuck in that cycle, stuck living in their, you know, their parents' basement because they're trying to save up money to afford a down payment. The price of the average home went from $435,000 when these Liberals took office to more than $800,000 today. That's over a 6-year period. With $400 billion pumped of cash, printed cash pumped into our economy just last year, we know that we're in a situation where we have too many dollars chasing too few goods, raising the price of everything. And I hear the Liberals from the other side heckling, why stop now? Well, I'll tell you why. Because this out of control, undisciplined spending is putting us in a situation where the only people who are going to be able to afford a home are folks from overseas who are parking their cash in our housing market, waiting for the home to inflate in value, and then flipping it to the next investor. Empty homes owned by non-residents sitting vacant as an investment vehicle because Canadians can't afford to get into our housing market. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? You look like you're about to give me the hook. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is very simple. What is this government prepared to do right now to make housing more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government's main goal is to help Canadians deal with the ongoing situation and today's challenges. This means that we're working to end the pandemic once and for all, and we are doing absolutely everything we can to ensure that the cost of living remain affordable. One of the ways to achieve this is to make housing more affordable. In fact, each year we've formed government, we have made historic investments, long-term investments in affordable housing, and the last speech from the throne was no exception to that. Be it building more housing units each year, increasing the amount of affordable units available, or ending chronic homelessness, the government is committed to working with its partners to get real results. One example is the Housing Accelerator Fund, which will help municipalities to build better housing, more housing, and faster. Municipalities will be able to use the Accelerator Fund to attract more planners, to offset land purchases, and to build the necessary infrastructure for more housing. This will majorly contribute to making housing more affordable for everyone in Canada. Now, we recognize as well that access to property is especially difficult for young people in Canada and creates wealth inequality between older and younger generations. Our government wants to help, Madam Speaker. We will make the first-time home buyers program more flexible. We will also implement a new rent-to-own program. We also will reduce closing costs for first-time home buyers. Madam Speaker, I haven't had the time to talk about all the programs that we've recently announced, but just this past year, we have participated in hundreds of announcements to welcome families to their new homes. And that was possible thanks to our National Housing Strategy, a $72 billion strategy over 10 years, which will give more Canadians a place to call home. Madam Speaker, our government is making significant, sustainable investments in housing. Why? Because we believe that everyone deserves a chance to succeed and thrive. We are working hard to make that a reality because, Madam Speaker, everyone deserves a place to call home.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, in hearing the name of the great riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, I have to take a moment to recognize the tremendous work of my provincial counterpart, the Honourable Steve Clark, who has served ably as as Ontario's Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing. And Minister Clark has been our champion for affordable housing in our community of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes and across Ontario. And Minister Clark has been part of the call for this Liberal government to come good on the $490 million that is owed to the province of Ontario for housing and homelessness supports in this province. Conservatives, strong Conservatives, like Minister Steve Clark, like this Conservative team in this place, will continue to fight to make sure that housing is affordable, to make sure that Canadians and Ontarians can recognize that dream of home ownership, and they're going to make sure that they streamline the process to do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government is aware of the fact that the cost of living is increasing for Canadians. The cost of housing is a major concern. Our government is determined to build a more solid, more sound housing system in Canada for all Canadians, especially the most vulnerable Canadians. Our national housing strategy has already led to significant progress. During our recent speech from the throne, we made even more commitments. We bring to the table strong leadership, a solid plan, and unprecedented investments. I now ask my colleague and all members of the House to do their part. I ask them to go back to their ridings and to work with the people in their communities to help them take advantage of the many programs under the National Housing Strategy.
Madam Speaker, recently I asked the Deputy Prime Minister, when will the Liberal government reverse its CPP tax hike? Instead of assuring people that the government is doing something about this, she said we are all mistaken and that Canada's economy is robustly recovering from the COVID recession. The government, Madam Speaker, is tone deaf. The reality is Canadians are paying an extra $1,000 in grocery expenses, now $700 for a CPP tax hike, a 30-year high inflation rate, and record high gas prices. And it's a fact that nearly 200,000 Canadians lost their jobs this past January. That's 200,000 more families now questioning how to pay their bills while this Liberal government continues to praise itself. The Deputy Prime Minister and her colleagues are repeating the same talking points that are designed to frustrate rather than assist hardworking Canadians. I asked my constituents to share their thoughts about the Finance Minister's response, and here's what a few thought. Cody wrote that he's a single dad that makes $28 an hour. He lives in my riding, has to live with a friend because he can't afford a one-bedroom apartment at $1,200 a month. He calls on the government to end just inflation. Wayne wants to know from the Minister of Finance to try living as a senior and be able to cover the bills and groceries at the same time. He says, yes, we plan for our old age, but not with all these extra taxes. After watching many repetitive answers from the Finance Minister and her Liberal colleagues, Patty commented, as taxpayers and voters, I think I speak for many when I say these Q&A periods are nothing more than poorly done theatre. Most of the time they respond with off-topic babble. Marie's thoughts are similar. She says that she would actually be surprised if the Finance Minister answered a question, and if she did, she would buy a lottery ticket. Another constituent, Mike, suggests that the system is broken as there's never an answer. He says, why would you waste your time asking or even bring up a question when the Liberals never answer a straightforward question and nothing ever gets done? He also suggests that if ministers would try to live on CPP and old age wages like our Canadian seniors, they would start paying more attention to the problem that people are facing. Amelia shared her concerns and would like to know, why can't the Minister of Finance ever answer a good question from the Conservative Party? Why does she divert to answer them with all the wonderful things the Liberals have done or in the process of doing that have us in the concerning situation we are in? She continues, high inflation, the housing crisis, buying fossil fuels from corrupt countries that have human rights issues. These are top three issues in my opinion. Next will be $10 a day child care. If you can't have our health care and senior citizens care in check properly, what makes you think you can make sure other vulnerable groups, such as children, would be properly cared for? I see a big mess there as well. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank Amelia for her thoughtful comments. These are indeed important questions that are constantly ignored by this government. Another great comment I received was from Kevin, who was in favor of dropping the CPP hike. He emphasized that the carbon tax is killing us. It's adding thousands of dollars to every family per year from the pump to the supply chain. It's raising prices everywhere. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all of my constituents who shared their thoughts, concerns, and questions with me. Their phone calls, emails, and comments helped me better advocate for them in the House. Madam Speaker, will this government ever listen to Canadians, end the sugarcoating, and start answering the tough questions on point?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we know that the pandemic continues to affect the daily lives of Canadians, and I'm hoping to give some real answers for that member opposite so he can get back to his constituents. Canada's economy has made significant progress since the worst part of the pandemic, but we all know that challenges remain. Elevated inflation is one of those challenges. This particular challenge is a global phenomenon driven by the pandemic and the logistical difficulty of reopening the world's economy. Although Canada is not immune to these challenges, inflation in Canada is below the G7, the G20, and the OECD averages. That said, we understand that rising prices have a real impact on Canadian families. This is why our government is helping Canadians afford the cost of living with sizable structural investments in early learning and childcare, as well as in housing. This is part of our plan to grow a more resilient economy, a stronger middle class, and to ensure pathways to success for everyone. In fact, our government has been focused on the issue of affordability since forming government in 2015. Our policies have lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty, which lowered Canada's poverty rate to historic all-time lows. Madam Speaker, I'm thrilled that over the past few months, Conservatives have woken up to talking about affordability for Canadians, but unfortunately, their actions tell a different story. When we lowered taxes for the middle class twice, Madam Speaker, and raised them for the wealthiest 1%, Conservatives voted against it. When we created the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation, Conservatives voted against it. When we legislated the Climate Action Incentive, which gives the average family in Alberta $981, Conservatives voted against it. When we provided seniors over 75 a one-time payment of $500 this summer, Conservatives voted against it. You should let Wayne know about that. When we put forward a plan and the funds to create a national early learning and childcare plan for Canadians, Conservatives voted against that too. And when we strengthen the Canada Pension Plan to make sure Canadians can count on a safe, secure, and dignified retirement, the Conservatives opposed that plan too. The Canadian Pension Plan, or CPP, is one of the three pillars of the retirement income system in Canada. It covers virtually all workers in Canada except Quebec, which administers its own plan called the Quebec Pension Plan, or QPP. The CPP replaces a basic level of earnings for contributors upon retirement, disability, or death. And in 2016, Canada's federal and provincial ministers of finance, as joint stewards of the CPP, reached a historic agreement to enhance the pension plan. The deal will boost how much working Canadians will get from the CPP when they reach retirement. Ultimately, the enhancement will increase the maximum retirement pension by about 50%. It will also increase the survivor and disability pensions. This represents a major step forward in improving retirement outcomes for Canadian workers and reducing the uncertainty that many Canadians feel about being able to save for their retirement. Quebec subsequently adopted the exact same changes for its provincial pension plan. To fund these enhanced benefits, annual CPP contributions and QPP contributions, for that matter, are being increased modestly over 7 years, which has been happening since 2019. A stronger Canadian pension plan means a more secure retirement for all Canadians, and I'm sure the member for Brantford-Brant can appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Madam Speaker, the cost of living crisis affects all Canadians. Everyone has experienced it when filling up their gas tanks, paying utilities, and buying food. A recent Angus Reid Institute poll reported that nearly 60% of Canadians are having a difficult time feeding their families. As I indicated earlier, an extra $1,000 more in groceries in 2022 alone as food prices surge. Madam Speaker, this is another failure of this Liberal government. Their economic negligence is now clearer than ever. When will this Liberal government stop making statements that favor their ideological agenda and start listening to and provide targeted and timely financial relief to everyday Canadians? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I think I maybe gave 8 examples of targeted relief to targeted Canadians, and that member's party voted against all of them, Madam Speaker. But Canadians make contributions to the CPP based on their annual earnings up to a maximum amount. The amount in 2022 is $64,900, up from $61,600 in 2021. It's important to note, anyone earning less than $61,600 in 2022 will not see their total contributions to the CPP affected by the change in the maximum annual pensionable earnings. It is important to note that the enhancements to the CPP addresses important challenges faced by working Canadians. It is also important to note that the CPP is self-financed by employer and employee contributions. As such, freezing the contributions the increases would come at a cost to Canadian workers. It would mean reducing future benefits for Canadians who are currently working, in particular, younger workers that are working today, Madam Speaker. And I don't think anyone wants that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Madam Speaker, veterans and their families are being left behind by this Liberal government. When they rise in the House on this issue, representatives of the government are quick to state how they've made historic investments and done more than any government has done to invest in veterans. They seem to have convinced themselves, with the greatest of respect, that by throwing money at the problem, they've dealt with it fully, and that while there's more work to do, most of the issues have been addressed. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about where we are today, not where we were a few years ago, not where we were in 2015. Currently, there is a backlog of 30,000 disability benefit claims on the books at Veterans Canada. The current average wait time for a processed claim is 40 weeks. Unfortunately, the average skews because some cases, the simple ones, are solved quickly. If there's a complex case, a veteran who was prepared to lay down their life for this country is waiting as long as 2 years. Waiting 2 years for hearing aids that somebody desperately needs, or waiting for funding 2 years for physiotherapy related to injuries. This is what the government considers good enough. Let's not forget that it was the Prime Minister who said veterans are asking for more than we can give. The government has known about this problem for years, Madam Speaker. We've had reports from Veterans Affairs Committee, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Veterans Ombudsman, all giving concrete recommendations on how to fix this. So why hasn't the problem been solved yet? And Madam Speaker, I simply do not know. Is there a political will to solve this crisis? It's been a constant passing of the buck from one Liberal to the next, not seeing fit to address anything more than the status quo. What worries me most, Madam Speaker, is that the government is going to cut over 300 disability benefit adjudicators in March. People that were hired to address the very backlog that prompts me to rise in the House today. I asked the government in an order paper question what will happen to the backlog of claims from April to January of 2023, so from April 2022 to January 2023, if these cuts happen. These are the numbers they provided of an estimated backlog. 26,600 April 1 of 2022. July 1 of 2022 rising to 29,900. October 1 of 2022 rising to 33,200. January 1, 2023 rising to 36,500. If these cuts happen, the backlog will get worse. The minister knows that, the government knows that, and yet they are still failing to act. I have one simple question for this government, Madam Speaker. Will they commit here and now to extending these staff, 300 of them, past March, yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou asked, in essence, a two-part question, let me offer this two-part response. First, on the matter of caseworkers, as my colleague puts it, I believe this refers to temporary employees that were hired by Veterans Affairs Canada to form what the department calls spike teams. These teams, Madam Speaker, were created from the 350 additional full-time staff that were hired in 2020 for 2 years as part of the VAC's strategy to address the long-standing issue of processing times for disability benefits decisions. Employees on the spike teams were hired and trained starting in June 2020, and since January of last year, they have been making decisions on disability benefits applications, thereby accelerating the process for veterans. Coupled with other changes that VAC made to its systems, these new teams helped the department to A, reduce the number of pending applications to its lowest point since September 30th, 2019, and B, reduced the number of applicants over the service standard to its lowest point since March 2019. I can confirm, Madam Speaker, that the department has so far received approval to extend some 168 spike and surge resources beyond March 2022. It is also worth pointing out that as of April 1, 2022, veterans residing in Canada who apply for disability benefit for mental health condition, as well as those who've already applied, will automatically immediately qualify for mental health benefits coverage. VAC is also improving case management supports, which go a long way to helping veterans adjust to and cope with a disability transition into post-military life and enter the civilian workforce among others. Some steps the department has taken include using temporary funding for additional case managers, 2, implementing guiding support, which sees veteran services agents work with veterans who have moderate needs, so case managers can focus on veterans whose cases are more complex. They're bringing in a screening tool to improve VAC's ability to identify veterans' level of risk, needs, and complexities to make sure they are providing supports that match their needs. And finally, Madam Speaker, launching a new case management assessment tool which reduces the administrative burden for case managers, allowing them more time to work directly with veterans and their families. Regarding my colleague's second question, Madam Speaker, about the unspent funds, I'm surprised to learn that the member from Parliament is unfamiliar with the demand-driven funding. VAC's benefits are demand-driven, so no matter how many veterans come forward, they will receive the benefits. These are based on estimates, and the process guarantees that whether a veteran comes to a VAC this year, next year, or beyond, the benefits will be available. Money returned remains accessible the next year to fund veterans programming based on demand, Madam Speaker. And I'd like just to take this also opportunity to emphasize, having served for a number of years in the opposition benches and seeing the treatment of veterans from the former government, this former Stephen Harper government, I have no problems doing a comparison in terms of what it is that this government has been able to accomplish, the amount of resources that we put into our veterans in comparison to the previous administration, because for many years we had called for things such as reopening of offices, including in my home province of Manitoba, where Brandon VAC offices were shut down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Well, with respect, Madam Speaker, I don't believe my answer had anything, or my question had anything to do with unspent funds. I didn't ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary anything about unspent funds. I asked about backlog numbers. I'm not sure why we're getting a prepared answer when I didn't ask about that question. Well, the member may say I asked for it previously. I'm talking right here, right now. It's incumbent for the parliamentary secretary, with respect, to answer the question that I actually put forward to the government here. So I'm going to ask very specific questions, and I would invite the honourable parliamentary secretary to deviate from the prepared remarks, because we saw where that got us this time. He spoke of 168 people when it came to surge funding. I'm not talking about those 168. We have numbers that will rise if those 168 are kept, but the 300 are cut. Will he today commit on behalf of the government to maintain those 300?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member doesn't understand. You know, the purpose of the late show is to have a follow-up based on a question that you pose in question period. So the minister's response, in which I was more than happy to be able to deliver, is to be able to expand upon what it is that the member had originally asked. You can come to the late show and say, well, I have another number of questions I would like to ask, and it would have been nice to have maybe advanced that prior to posing the question. I have no problems, providing answers from my perspective at any time. I don't require speaking notes. I can tell the member opposite, as I started to at the very beginning, that the problem often that Conservatives have is they have this way of manipulating the numbers in an attempt to try to make the government look bad, when in fact I would suggest to the member that if he actually did his homework, what he would find is that this government has invested billions, hundreds of millions of dollars in our veterans over the last number of years. We understand.
Is it for today? The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Order. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Thank you.